Hello, welcome back. In this video, we are building a complete FPS target course in Unreal Engine 5, all in blueprints. You'll learn weapons, ammo, reloading, pickups, destructible targets, a course timer, accuracy tracking, and a results screen. This is not about advanced AI or AAA graphics, it's about mastering the blueprints programming fundamentals that power shooters. By the end, you'll have a fully playable arcade-style FPS project. You can expand however you want. Let's get started. All right, so if you don't already have it, the first step is to download the Epic Game Launcher. Here's the address up here. I'm going to have it in the description. You're going to click on Install on Windows or whatever your platform is. After you do that, you'll be able to open up the Epic Game Launcher like this. And the first thing we want to do is go to this Fab link over here, and we need some assets. So we're going to search for Assetsville Town. It's this first one right here. It's free. And then over here, you might see add to project or download or add to library. Just click on whichever one you see, probably add to library. It might ask you to sign in, it might not. And then after that, you'll be able to click this blue add to project button. And now when you go over to the Unreal Engine tab and go to your library, down here under Fab Library, you should see it. So I can search for it. Here it is. If I don't see it, press this little refresh button right here, and hopefully it will pop up. Okay, before we actually make our project, I just want to say I am going to be using Unreal Engine 5.4.4 because I know this is what's on the computers in the classroom that my students use. But if you're using 5.5.4, it should run just fine. If you use 5.6.1, just know that the default first-person shooter template, which we are going to be using, is different. It'll probably still work, but a little things from the tutorial video might be different. So I'd recommend sticking with 5.4.4 if you can. And if you want to, 5.5.4 is probably fine also. So before we make our project, I'm going to go up here to get some sounds. So we've got ammo pickup here. I'll leave these links in the description. Gunshot right here, and reload right here. Again, these are all free. You might have to sign up for an account here, but after that, you should be able to download them. There's a lot of stuff on here. I recommend downloading, signing up for an account. All right, so now we're back here in the Epic Game Launcher. If you don't have any Unreal Engine versions installed, click this little plus button here. Choose which version you want. Again, I recommend 5.4.4 for this video at least, and then it should install. Once it's finished installing, you can click the little drop down to change which one's your current choice. I'm going to choose 5.4.4, like I said, and we're going to click Launch Unreal Engine 5.4.4 up here in the upper right. The next thing you should see is this browser where it's asking you what kind of project you'd like to create. We're going to go to Games over here on the left. We're going to click on First Person. This is the first-person shooter template. Over here on the right, make sure it says Blueprint. Quality preset, if you've got a really good computer, you can just leave this at maximum. Otherwise, I'd recommend putting at scalable. You can always change it once you enter, but it's easier to just have it set up correctly from the beginning. Make sure down here you actually know where it's being saved to, and here we're going to give it a name. So I'm going to say 3D FPS, or it has to begin with a, let's see, FPS 3D tutorial. And we're going to hit create. And it might take a while to open up. Once it loads, this will be the first thing that you see. We don't want to use this map, and I don't want to get distracted by it, so we're going to make a new map. So up at the top, we're going to go to File, we're going to go to New Level, and I just want to choose this one here that says Basic, and we're going to click Create. And now I'm going to go to File, and immediately go to Save Current Level, and I'm going to make a new folder called Levels. Go into that, and then I'm going to save it here as our main map and click Save. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to tell Unreal Engine that if I open this project back up, that this is the level that I want it to load into. So at the top, we're going to go to Edit, Project Settings, Maps and Modes. Right here for Editor Startup Map, we're going to choose the one we just made, which is Main Map. And then for the game default map, same thing, we're going to choose Main Map. And up here, make sure that default game mode is set to BP first person game mode. which is what we're going to be using. It comes with the template. Once you've got all that stuff set up, you can hit the little X, and then I'm going to hit save all just to make sure all those changes got saved. Okay, now we actually need to import those assets that we got from the fab store, the Assetville town. So open your launcher back up, go down here, search for it. Here we go, Assetville town. I'm going to click this add to project, and it's going to ask me which one I want to put it in, and I want to put it in the project that we just made, which is this FPS 3D tutorial, and click add to project. It might take a few seconds, but once it's done, you should be able to go back into your project, go to your content drawer, and you should now see the Assetville town folder inside of here. Also, we don't want to forget to bring in those audio assets that we made. So wherever you saved those, just select them all, and you can just, actually, I'm going to make a new folder in content. I'm going to right click, I'm going to go to new folder, and I'm just going to say audio, open that up, and then those 3 files that I downloaded, you might have downloaded more or less. We're just going to drag those in there, and now those are imported into our project as well. So one quick thing I want to say first before we progress, this tutorial is mostly about blueprints and programming. So I am going to actually have us create every single class and file that we're going to need for the entire project right now. That may not make a lot of sense right now, but that's okay. I just don't want to be in the middle of programming something later and have to stop in the middle of something to make a new class that we have to refer to. So let's just get all those made right now. So we're going to open up our content drawer. Make sure you go to your content folder here, and I'm going to make a new folder called Blueprints. And blueprints are just what Unreal Engine uses for anything that you want to attach code to. And usually it's something that you put in the level, but not always, as we'll see. So we're going to go here into our Blueprints folder, right click, go to Blueprint class, and we want to make, click on all classes if it's not already dropped down for you. And we're going to search for GameState, and we want to use this one that says GameState base. Hit select, and we're going to call it BP for blueprints, underscore, and I'm going to call it shooting range game state. We'll use this later. Now, go back, create another new blueprint. We're going to make an actor, and we're going to call this one BP underscore ammo pickup base. Now, we're going to right click on the ammo pickup base that we just made, and you're going to say create child blueprint class. If you don't know what this means that anything that's in the child class will inherit all the properties from the parent class. So I'm going to click create child blueprint class, and I'm going to do BP underscore ammo pickup 45. And one more time, I'm going to right click on the ammo pickup base, and this one we're going to call ammo pickup 556. Now, right click, we're going to go to blueprint class, and we're going to add another actor. And this one's going to be called BP underscore start button. We will use that to actually start the timer in our game. Right click, another blueprint class. This one's also going to be an actor, BP underscore target base. And this will be what we're actually going to be shooting at. The next thing, again, right click, blueprint class, actor, and BP underscore, and we're going to call this one weapon base. All of our weapons are going to inherit their properties from this parent class. I'm going to add 2 weapons during this tutorial, but you can certainly expand this later and add more. We're going to right click on the weapon base, go to create child blueprint class, and we're going to do BP underscore weapon, and the first one I want to make is AR-15. And then right click on weapon base again, go to create child blueprint class, and then we're going to call this one BP underscore weapon 45. So now we have all of our actor blueprints created, which are going to represent things that we can actually bring into the level and use and see in our world during the game. Now we're going to add some things just for some data structure stuff, and that we can use later in our blueprints. So right click, go to blueprint this time, not blueprint class. And we're going to go right here where it says blueprint interface. And I'm going to call it BPI for blueprint interface. That's standard Unreal convention, is to put prefixes at the start of your objects so that you know what they are. And then I'm going to call it BPI underscore interactable. And then I'm going to open it up really quick just so we don't forget about it. So double click on BPI interactable. So this is our event graph where we're going to put logic and stuff, but interfaces are a little unique in the sense that you don't actually give them any logic here. You just define what functions they have to have, and then anything that is using this interface has to write definitions for these methods. So over on the right, we have right here where it says new function, should already be there. I'm just going to click on that and rename it, and I'm going to call it interact. Down here in the details panel, you can see that it's also asking us, is this method going to take any inputs, and is it going to produce any outputs? So I do want it to take an input, because when we're interacting with something, I want that thing to know what is interacting with them. So I'm going to hit this little plus button over here on the right next to inputs. I'm going to change this to player ref for the name. And then for the type here, click the little drop down. You can see we have tons of different data types. We're actually going to search for the player that we're going to be using in this game, which is the one from the template, which is BP underscore first person character. So it's this top one right here, BP first person character. And we want to do an object reference because we don't want to refer to the first person character class as a whole. We want to refer to a specific instance of this class that is going to be in the world, that is going to be representing what is actually interacting with the object that is running this method. So click on the blue object reference. If you mess that up, you can always click this little drop down here, and down at the bottom, you can quickly change it to the different types of references. Okay, up on the left, you can see this little compile button. It has a yellow question mark, or well, a yellow circle with a black question mark. That means you haven't compiled the code. So if you forget to do this, anything you do in here, when you go to play your game, it actually won't work. So I'm going to click these little 3 dots here, and I'm going to go ahead and, before I forget, save on compile. I'm going to say always, and this will keep you from having to separately compile and save. So now every time you compile, it will save. I'm going to click on compile. You can see the little asterisk disappeared next to the name up here. We now have a green circle with a check, which means that it is compiled. So I'm going to hit the little X here. We're going to close this, and we are never going to open this interface again. Hit Control Spacebar to open up your content drawer, or click on the button down in the bottom left that says Content Drawer. Make sure we're still in our Blueprints folder. And now we're going to right click, and we're going to go to Blueprint. And this time we're going to go to Enumeration, which is just a list of named values. That's it. So we're going to click on that, and we're going to call this one E underscore ammo types. Double click it to open it up. And you can see here, all we do is we just click this green plus to add enumerators. And I'm going to call this one 0.45 ACP. The next one, I'm going to call 5.56 mm for millimeter. And the last one, which we're not going to be implementing, but I'd like to make just to show you how easy it would be to add more later, 7.62 millimeter. Once you've done those, you can see we have the little asterisk up here, so it's not saved. So I'm just going to hit Control Shift S to save everything. You can also go up to File and do Save All. And I'm going to exit out of that. I'm going to open my content drawer back up. This time, we are going to add some actual input. So right click, you're going to go to the input, and then you are going to go to input action. And these are basically a specific named command, and we will describe how it gets triggered, and later we will then write the code to determine what happens. So I'm going to click on that. I'm going to hit IA for input action, underscore, and then this one I'm going to call interact. I'm going to right click, go to input again, make a new input action, and it's going to be IA underscore reload. I'm going to open the IA interact up right now. And you can see here, it's basically just telling it what kind of input it is. So like, is it a Is it going to represent multiple things like a forward and back axis or just a single thing? So we just want digital bool. It's just on or off, one thing. For triggers here, we need to define what actually makes this input action trigger. So it says 0 array elements right now. I'm going to click the little plus button. And then I'm going to choose pressed. And this just makes it fire once and only one time when you first press the button. I'm going to hit Shift Control S to save, and I'm going to close that. I'm going to open my content drawer back up, and now I'm going to do the same with this reload. I'm going to open up IA_reload, and under triggers, I'm going to press the plus button, and I'm going to choose pressed. And Control Shift S to save that, and close it. Open your content drawer one more time, and the last thing that we're going to make for this entire project is we are going to make a widget blueprint, which is how Unreal handles user interfaces. So right click, select user interface, and then down at the bottom, choose widget blueprint. It's going to ask us what kind we want. We're just going to use this one at the top under common that says user widget. If you don't see that, it's right here in the list as well. You can just click right there. So user widget, I'm going to call it WBP for widget blueprint _ main UI, and then hit enter. And I'm going to hit Shift Control S to save everything. You'll notice the asterisk disappeared down here, meaning we have now saved that we've created that. This is every single class and every single piece of data that we are going to be using for our entire project. And now we can actually jump into adding some code. I'm going to mention one more time that because the point of this video is mostly learning blueprints, we are not going to be like implementing a gun and then writing the code to make it shoot and then jumping in and playing and making sure it shoots and then, making the gun reload and then testing that out. We are going to go through and get as much code written first before we test anything out. And that's just because I don't want this video to be 9 hours long. And I also want to focus on the code, and I don't want to keep flip-flopping back and forth between different classes. Sometimes it gets harder to follow that way. We're going to open up a class, write all the code, close it, and not have to open it again. So the first thing I'd like to start with is our GameState. So right here in our blueprints folder, in case you're not here anymore, it's BP_shooting range GameState. So we're going to open that up. And what the GameState is it's basically a blueprint class that is created automatically whenever the game starts. And it is accessible, if this was a multiplayer game, from all players in one spot. So it's a really good place to store the state of the game, hence the name, GameState. So right here, this is normally where you would add 3D models and stuff, but our GameState is not going to have one because we're not actually going to spawn anything in the world. It just exists. So I'm going to go up here to the top where we have these tabs, viewport, construction script, and event graph. And I'm going to click on event graph. If for some reason you don't see that, it's over here on the left. You can just double click right here where it says event graph. There are a few things that we want our game state specifically to track, which is when the course starts, how much time has passed, when the course has been completed, how many targets are remaining, and we also need it to calculate the player's accuracy as they are going through the level. So the first thing I want to do before we forget is just get all of our variables created. A variable is just a piece of data that you can store values in and then use later, and you can update it and change it and access it to get the information if you need to use the value somewhere else. So over here on the left, we have variables. We're going to click the little plus button. The first one I'm going to make is called total time passed. Hit plus again, and the next one is going to be targets remaining. And then the next one's going to be total targets hit. We're going to make another one, and it's going to be total rounds fired. Make another one, current accuracy. Make another one, time started. And make our last one, which is going to be called rounded time. Now, you notice by default, it made them all Booleans, which we definitely do not want these all to be Booleans. So for the top one, this total time passed. I'm going to close that default scene right there really quick. So for total time passed, we're going to click on this, and we're going to choose float. And you'll notice some of the most common things are just right here. We don't actually have to search for them. For targets remaining, because we don't want this to have any decimals and we want it to be a whole number, we're going to choose integer. For total targets hit, we are going to choose integer. For total rounds fired, we are also going to choose integer. For current accuracy, I'm actually going to make this a string. Obviously, it's going to be a decimal number, but I just want to do all that first and then save it as a string so we can easily output it to the UI. For time started, this is actually, and that should say timer started. Not that it matters, but this is going to be a Boolean. It's just going to be a true or false value. Have we actually started the match or not? Rounded time, again, same idea with the current accuracy. I'm just going to make that a string so that we can easily access it later. So now's a good time to go over the next thing we're going to be doing, which are events. An event, if you've done any other type of programming, think of it, it's just a method, it's just a function. That's it. So it can have input, it can have output, and we can call it inside the class that we define it, and we can also call it on this class from other classes as well if they have a reference to it, which remember, everything has a reference to GameState easily, which is why we're putting a lot of our behavior and a lot of our logic inside our GameState. So we have these two default ones that always start here. I'm just going to delete them really quick. We're going to rebuild them later, but I just want to get started with the easier stuff first. So we're going to right click anywhere in the graph here, and we're going to type custom event, and we're going to choose right here where it says add custom event. And I'm going to call this one start course. And I'm going to drag off of this white arrow here, which is called the output execution pin. I'm going to drag out. These are called wires. Let off, left click, and I'm going to search for do once. And it's right here, utilities, flow control, do once. And this will make sure that when start course is called, it's going to go through here. And then if this hasn't happened before, it'll let it continue. But if it has happened, it's like a gate and it closes and no logic can flow through it to get to the other side. So from the outside of the completed execution pin, I am going to do set timer started, which remember is one of our variables we made down here on the left. And right here, variables default set timer started. And this is going to change the value of our Boolean. What we want it to do, obviously, when the course starts, which we only want to happen once, we want to set timer started to true. So check this little box right here. Now, another way you can get variables really quick is you can actually drag them from the variables down here out into the graph, and it will give you the option of either getting or setting. So do you just want to get the value to use it, or do you want to actually set it and make it something different? You can also hold down Control and drag it out from the variables, which automatically makes it a get. And if you hold down Alt and drag it out from the variables, it automatically makes it a set. So that might save you some time instead of right-clicking and searching for it, or having to drag it out and then choose from this little menu here. So after we do start course, the next thing that makes sense is let's actually write our code for finishing the course. So a new custom event, again, and I'm going to call this one finish course. And so the first thing I want this to do is I want it to take this timer started. I'm just going to hit Control C to copy it because it's right there. Paste it. Let's hook these up. But the timer started is going to switch to false. Later, we're going to make it so the timer only counts up if this timer started is true. So when the course is finished, we want the timer to stop. So I'm going to set timer started to false. The next thing I want to do is I'm going to drag off of the execution output, and I'm going to search for a node called delay. I think I forgot to say every one of these things is called a node. And it usually almost always represents either a method or just some variable that you are getting or sending information to. And I'm going to put a duration of 1 second right there so that after it sets the timer started to false, it's going to wait 1 second before it continues. And this is just so the end of the game isn't so jarring. I don't want the player to shoot the last target and immediately, the end game screen comes up. I want a little bit of a delay first. The next thing I want to do is I want to actually pause the game so the player can't keep shooting or moving. So we're going to drag off of the output execution pin, and we're going to search for the set game paused node right here. And paused is going to be true. And then after that, I want to actually make it so the cursor changes from being, the crosshair in the center of the screen to actually being on the screen, because my plan is to have a button that they can press to then restart the game. So we need to make their cursor show up. First, we need to get a reference to the player controller, which is what controls all the player's inputs, including the mouse. So we need to get a reference to that so we can actually set the mouse to show up. So we're going to right click anywhere in the event graph, and I'm going to search for get player controller. And again, if you have not used Unreal before, by the way, if you've never used Unreal before, I recommend you go check out my 2D tutorial where I explain things a little bit slower. For this video, I'm not necessarily assuming that you already do know Unreal, but I'm assuming you at least know a little bit of programming already. So yeah, the player controller is where all of our input is handled. And we want to get the player controller for player 0. This is a single player game, so there's only one player, so that's why 0 is going to work. We're going to drag off of this output pin, and we're going to choose set show mouse cursor. This is a variable that's built into the player controller for, I'm sure you could guess, showing the mouse cursor. And we're just going to connect those, and we want this to be true. We want the cursor to actually show up at the end of the game so they can click on the button. The next thing I want to do is I want to make it so that their input can only interact with the UI and not anything in the world. So I'm going to drag off of this output pin for the return value, which represents the player controller itself. And I'm going to search for set input mode. So you can see we have game and UI, game or UI. So I'm going to do UI only. And I'm going to connect these up. Also, I don't like the wires going through nodes, so if you double click on any wire, it makes a little reroute node here, and you can make it just look a little cleaner, just like that. We are going to have to come back to this later, because some of the stuff that I want to do after this, we haven't created yet. So let's just move on, and let's keep creating our events in here, just knowing that we're going to have to come back to that eventually. So we're going to right click, and this next one, we're going to do a new custom event. And I want this one to be the one that figures out how many targets we actually have placed on the course. So I'm going to call it count targets on course. The first thing I want it to do is I'm going to drag off the execution pin, and we're going to add the get all actors of class node. This will search our entire level that's currently open and running for any actor of a specific class and save it to an array, which is just a list of a bunch of different actors in this case. So I want it to search for our BP target base. Remember, that's what we're going to use for our actual targets. So now it will find every single one in the world and save those all in a list. Now we don't necessarily care which one is in the list or anything like that, and we don't need to do anything individually to them. All we need to know is how many there are. So this little blue square here, it's blue, which means it's an actor, and the little squares mean that it's an array. So we are going to drag off the output pin, and I'm going to type length, utilities array length. And all this is going to do is it's going to return, you can see green here, this kind of, well, it's kind of green, is an integer. So that color is always an integer. Unreal color codes all of their data types. So this is going to return an integer that just represents how many things are in this array, which of course in this case is going to be how many targets we have on the map. I'm going to drag off the output pin, and I'm going to do set targets remaining. So now, once this method here runs, or this custom event, we are going to know how many targets we have in the world, and it's going to save that in our targets remaining variable for us to use in other places. Now keep in mind, if you haven't programmed before, just because we are making these methods, we're not actually using them, or what you would say, calling them yet. We'll do that later. We're just defining them right now and giving them a name and saying how they're used and what they do, but we're not actually using them yet. So the next thing I want to do is make another custom event. and I'm going to call this one check if course complete. If you want to name yours something different, feel free. I just want to point out to non-programmers that what you call it doesn't matter. It's not like you have to call it what it does. But of course, that's good practice so that it's easy to know what it does just by reading the name. So what I want this one to do is I want it to basically just see if we've destroyed all the targets. So on the left here, I'm going to drag out from our variables our target remaining and choose get, because I want to get this value. I'm going to drag off the output, which is just the value that this variable holds. And I'm going to hit equals equals. Again, for non-programmers, equals equals is how we compare two things. We do not use a single equal sign because that means you are setting a value to something. We want to check to see if this targets remaining is 0. Because if it is 0, that means we've destroyed all the targets. So you can see this outputs a Boolean. It's going to be true if these are equal, and it's going to be false if not. I'm going to drag off of this Boolean output, and I'm going to search for a new node that we haven't used yet, called a branch. If you are a programmer, a branch is the same thing as an if statement in pretty much every other programming language, which is also called a conditional statement, which means it will do different output depending on a certain condition. So for instance, for this example, it will have a true or a false output. So whatever the value of this condition that we passed into it, that's what will determine what happens next. So of course, we want to be, if this is true, if the targets remaining does equal 0, we want to finish the course. So now, like I said before, we weren't actually using any of these methods, we were just declaring them. I'm going to drag off from the true pin, and I'm actually going to call our function. So call function, finish course. And then so what this is going to do is whenever we call check if course is complete, at the very end, if it is, it's going to call finish course, which means it's going to run this, and then everything in here is going to happen. I want to do another one now. This one is the one that I want to calculate the player's accuracy. So I'm going to do another custom event. I'm going to call this one calculate accuracy. Now for this one, I want it to basically just compare how many targets they've hit with how many rounds they've fired and give us a number. So the first thing I want to do is I want to actually only do this if the timer has already started. So from the variables list, I'm going to drag out timer started, select get. I'm going to plug the output of that into a branch, hook those up before I forget. And then basically at the very, very end, we're going to be setting our current accuracy string. So we need to do a little bit of math to get that turned into a percentage and also calculate what the accuracy is. So from the left over here, I need total targets hit, and I need total rounds fired. So I'm going to hold down Control and just drag out both so I don't have to do that little drop-down menu. And now what we want to do is just divide total targets hit by total rounds fired. So I'm going to drag off the output, which is the integer value representing what is stored in total targets hit. And I'm going to just make the division. You can do it like this. I'm going to choose divide. It'll pop up just like that. You could also search for the word divide. And then I'm going to divide that like that. Now, one thing here that I just noticed is that it's going to divide an integer by an integer, which is only going to give a whole number, which means it actually won't be able to give a percentage. So what I actually want to do instead of that is I want to drag off of total targets hit and do this convert to float. So math conversions to float. That will change our integer, which, I don't know, let's say the total targets hit is 7. It'll change it to 7.0, which means once we divide them, then the result can actually be a decimal number. And we'll do the same here. To float. Now we can drag out from the float result after the conversion, and now we can divide them. So this is actually going to allow us to have a decimal output that is going to represent our accuracy. The next thing I want to do is drag out from that output and we are going to type the little asterisk here, or you can search for multiply. So utilities, operators, multiply. And we're going to multiply this decimal output by 100, which will essentially turn it into a percentage. And the next thing we want to do is actually save it in current accuracy. So I'm going to hold down Alt and drag current accuracy out over there from the left. I'm going to go ahead and connect those up because I'll forget if I don't. And what do we want the current accuracy to be? Well, we want it to be this number here. But I also want it to show a percent sign after. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to search for a node called string append, which is right here, utilities, string append. And what this does is you can put in string A and string B. It combines them into a single string and then outputs the result. So I want A to be my float here, and you'll notice it automatically puts a float to string conversion node for us. And for B, all I want is a percent symbol. That's it. And then I'm going to connect the output to the set current accuracy input. Now we haven't compiled or saved for a while, so I'm just going to do that before I forget. Up here at the top, you can see the little asterisk. This means we have not saved yet. And the yellow circle with the question mark, like I said before, means we haven't compiled. Because I hit these three dots and said always save on compile, we don't have to do them separately. Like I said before, click on compile, it will save and compile. Now we won't lose anything that we've done so far. All right, the next thing that I want to do is I want every single time that the player actually fires a round, I want it to recalculate accuracy. So I'm going to make a new custom event here, and this one's going to be called round fired. And we're actually going to call this method from the weapon itself every time it fires a round. I also want to gate this behind only if the timer has started. So I'm going to just copy paste that or drag it out from the left. Again, we're going to put it into a branch. We always use a branch, well, almost always use a branch for determining, true or false, what happens. Drag that out. So if the timer has started, so we know we're going to be dragging off of the true, what we want to do is over on the left, I'm going to drag out my total rounds fired, and I'm going to use a get, so hold down Control and drag it. And I'm going to look for a node that's called plus plus. Programmers, you will recognize what this means. For the non-programmers, what this means is it means take the value that it was before, so take the value of total rounds fired, add 1 to it, and then save that as the new value. It does that all automatically. Otherwise, we would have to drag out and we'd have to say, get this, add 1 to it, and then set it. This is much faster if you're just adding if you're just adding 1. And then after this, all I want it to do is use our calculate accuracy function. So I'm just going to right click here and say calculate accuracy, and we're going to make a call to that function. You'll notice also I keep saying function, event, and method. For all the purposes of this video, a function and a method are the same thing. And an event is also basically the same thing. There are a couple differences in Unreal between what an event can and can't do and what a function can and can't do, but we'll get over those later when we actually have to make functions and we can't make events. For now, we're just going to make everything events, which in any other programming language, or if you're coming from Unity, these are just methods. And now that we have that, so it's going to, every time a round's fired, we're going to see if the timer has actually started, yes or no. And then if it has, we're going to add 1 to whatever the total rounds fired was, save that as the new value, and then we're going to run calculate accuracy, which will go through here and then update our current accuracy variable. So that is done. The next thing I want to do is, just like round fired, I also want the game state to do something every time a target's actually been hit. So I'm going to add a new custom event. I'm going to call this one target hit. I'm also going to gate this behind the timer being started. So I'm just going to drag over timer started, hold down shift, drag over that to select both, hit Control C to copy them, and then paste them. So if our timer has started, basically what we want to do is we want to get the total targets hit from the left here. So left Control and drag it out from our variables list. And just like we did with rounds fired, we're going to use the increment integer node. So it just adds 1 to it. And then for targets remaining, we're going to drag out our targets remaining variable. And of course, if we hit a target, that means one has been destroyed. So we're going to drag off of targets remaining, and we're going to use the decrement integer, which is 2 minus signs. And that will, again, it's just the same as the plus, except we are getting the value, subtracting 1 from it, and then saving the result as the new value all in one node, which saves us a lot of space. So after a target has been hit, well, we know that if a target was hit, a round was obviously fired. So the next thing I'm going to do is call round fired, because if we didn't, it would not add that to our total rounds fired, which means it would not have a accurate accuracy representation. And of course, round fired, at the end of round fired, we're calculating accuracy anyway, so we don't have to do that again. But what I do want to do at the end of target hit is one thing that's a little bit different. I want to, after that, I want to do our check if course complete. Because remember, if they just destroyed a target, it's very possible that it was the last target. So after we update the accuracy and everything, we're going to run our method we made up here, this check if course is complete, to see if there are any targets left. And if there are not any targets left, then we are going to call our finish course method up at the top. Okay, the next one that I want to make is going to be something to actually increment our timer once the game has actually started. So I'm going to right click, another custom event. This one's going to be called increase timer. And all it's going to do is just add to the timer. So I'm going to control drag total time passed out from our variables list. I'm going to use a plus. Now we're going to do something that we haven't done here for a method. This is new. So our methods right now, they're not accepting or outputting any data. They're just doing a bunch of stuff. This increase timer, I actually want it to have an input so that when it's called, you have to tell it how much you want to add to the timer. So I'm going to select increase timer. And then over here on the right, in our details panel, you can see inputs, and there's a little plus right here. And I'm just going to call this one time to add. And I'm going to make sure that the data type is a float. So now, whenever increase timer is called, no matter where it's called from, we also have to tell it how much time do we actually want to add to the timer. And so what we're going to do is just add these together. I don't like those crisscrossing lines or the wires, so I'm going to show you how to fix those. If you hold down Alt and click on any pin or any wire, it will delete it. The other thing you can do is you can hold down Control and click and drag, and you can reposition any wire anywhere that you want. So I like it looking like that better. So whenever we call increase timer, it's just going to access the total time passed already and then add to it the new time that we have passed into this method, telling it what to add. And of course, the next thing that we need to do is we need to actually update our total time passed. So we're going to drag it out, and this time we're going to do a set. And the result of adding the old value and this new time to add together is the output, and that's what we are going to set as the new value of total time passed. I want to round this because it's going to be a decimal number with a lot of digits after the decimal. So I'm going to drag out, and I'm going to just use math, float, and the node is called round. And that is going to round it to a whole number. And then I'm going to drag out from the output, which is an integer. You can see the color changed from this bright green to this kind of bluish green. And I'm going to do set rounded. Okay, so it doesn't want us to do that, so, or I was spelling it wrong, which is also possible. So I'm just going to drag it out from the left here, use set, connect it like that, and then connect the output directly there, and it will automatically add in this conversion node to change our integer to a string, just like we saw earlier. All right, and now I think this is all the methods that we are going to need in here. I'm going to go over them again really quick in case you feel like you missed something. I don't want you to have to rewind the video. So let's start at the top. We have start course. We have finish course. We have count targets on course. We have check if course complete. we have calculate accuracy, we have round fired, we have target hit, we have increased timer, and that's it. So now what we want to do is we are going to bring back one of those events that we destroyed earlier, which is called event tick. So add event, event tick. And what this does is it is an event that automatically runs every single frame of the game, and it automatically has this delta seconds, which is the time that has passed between the current frame and the last frame. So this makes anything that runs here frame rate independent, so that we don't call this more often on a higher refresh monitor and less often on a lower refresh monitor, or if their computer is having trouble running it and they get frame drops. That's what this delta seconds is, and it's very important. So what we're going to do here is, again, remember we have our increased timer method here, but we actually haven't used it, and where better to increase the timer than every single frame. So I'm going to actually check to see if our timer has started yet. And again, we're going to feed it into a branch. Now, if our timer has started, then we know we can increase the timer. So I'm going to right click, and we're going to call our increase timer function. And for the time to add, I'm going to drag the delta seconds from event tick into there, and then hook up the 2 execution pins. So our event tick is going to look like that. So now we have a lot of this code that is has been defined, but there's a lot of stuff we're still not running. So for instance, we are still not counting the targets on the course. We told it how to do that and the method that does it, but we haven't actually done it. So we're going to come down to the bottom here under event tick, and I'm going to bring back the other event that we deleted at the beginning called begin play. And what this does is it will run one single time whenever this class first enters our world. So whenever this BP shooting range game state first spawns or becomes active in our game, this event begin play will fire immediately, and it only ever fires one time. So this is the perfect spot to set some stuff up. So I'm going to drag off of this execution pin, and we're going to do count targets on course. Then I want to make sure we unpause the game, because remember, when the game finishes, we were pausing it. We don't want the player to hit try again and then the game start paused. So I'm going to drag off the execution pin, and we're going to say set game paused. And this time we're going to make sure, instead of checking this, we make sure it's unchecked, which means that we are setting it to false. Then I want to get another reference to the player controller again, because if you remember from our finish game, we were making it so they could only interact with the UI. We want to undo that just in case it doesn't get undone when we restart. And I'm going to do set input mode. This time we're going to do game only. There is no other UI in the game, at least in my version, so we don't need them to be able to do both at the same time. There we go. And then now when the game starts, we're going to count all the targets, unpause the game, and then we're going to make sure that the player can interact in the game world only. Next thing I'm going to do before I forget is I'm going to click on compile, and that should actually be all of the logic that we need to do in the game state. We will have to come back later and do one thing at the end of finish course here, which is make our finish course UI actually show up. But with the exception of this, we won't have to come back to this class. Before we move on, you'll notice that there's a lot of things in here that we're still not ever actually using or calling. For example, we're never actually calling start course. We are calling finish course down here in check if course is complete, and then if it is, we're finishing, but we're never actually calling target hit. We're also never actually calling round fired. Other classes that we made before are going to actually be calling those and triggering all of the behavior to happen in here. So the first thing that I want to do, like I said, we will have to jump back here and finish the end of this after we make our UI. So the next thing that I want to make is our UI. So hit Control Spacebar or click on the content drawer down in the bottom left, and we are going to want to find our UI, which is right here, WBP underscore main UI, and let's open that up. Now, Unreal UIs are a little weird. The reason I want to do this now, like I just said, is because the shooting range game state does need it, and I want to get this done fast so we don't forget about it. So I can just do this, add the stuff that we didn't have before, and then close shooting range game state and not have to open it again. But the other reason is that a lot of the code in our game is going to actually rely on the UI existing, such as displaying how much time has passed, displaying how many targets are remaining, displaying how much ammo the player has. All of those different things are going to use the UI, so we are going to build that. So right here, we have a canvas. It looks similar to the event canvas that we saw, or the event graph that we saw before, but this one's for building UIs. So on the left here, we are going to first, up here in search palette, I'm going to search for canvas panel, and I'm going to drag that down here and make sure I drop it on top of WBP underscore main UI in the hierarchy down here in the bottom left. This represents our actual view of our UI and is relative to like how big our screen is going to be. So you can think of this as being the actual screen. So anything we position on here is going to be where it shows up on the screen, basically. So up here in the palette where we search for canvas, I'm going to close that because I do not need a canvas anymore. What I do need though is a bunch of text objects. So let's go ahead and get these made. So right here where it says text, just drag it down here and drop it onto the canvas panel. You can see now we have a text block here in the world. And what I'm going to do is I am going to select this text block. You can either select it over on the left in the hierarchy or click on it right here. And this first one, I'm just going to make it just text, and it's going to say over here in the details tab, you can see we have content and then text. It's right here. I'm going to just call this one targets remaining, just like that. I'm going to drag out the size a little bit so that it actually fits in the box. And then the next thing I'm going to do is anchor this to the upper left corner. So right now you can see at the top, if I select it in the details, it has a, kind of random position, random X and Y position, random sizes. I want it to be locked up in the corner and anchored there so that up in the corner will be 0, 0, and I can easily just offset it by some amount of pixels. So I'm going to hit this little drop down here where it says anchors. I'm going to hold down Shift so that I update the alignment, hold down Control so I actually update the position, and then click on this one in the upper left, which you can see has the little picture there, which means it's going to move to the upper left. And it is now in the upper left. And now when I select it, you can see that the position X is 0 and the position Y is also 0. So I don't want this to be right up against the edge of my screen like that. So I'm just going to type in for the position X, let's do like 50 pixels over. And then for position Y, I want to move negative 50, so that it moves 50 pixels down. So now it's offset perfectly from the top and the side by exactly 50 pixels. And now, just to make it easy, I'm going to select our targets remaining, hit Control C and then Control V to copy and paste it. This one, I'm going to make the text time elapsed, just like that. Again, I'm going to reshape the box. You don't have to do that. You could come over here to appearance, justification, and set it center, which, I guess I should do that anyway, but you can also just reset the box so that it doesn't have a lot of spare space on the sides. This one, I want to appear at the top center of the screen. So I'm going to select time elapsed. Over here, I'm going to hit the anchors drop down again. I'm going to hold down Shift, Control, and click on this top middle one, which you can see by the photo is the top of the screen. And then I also want this to be down 50 pixels. So for position Y, I'm going to type 50. Now this may end up being too much later. We can come back and change that. That's not a big problem. So now both of these are 50 pixels down from the top, with this one being 50 pixels over from the side. So they should look pretty even. I'm going to copy and paste, time elapsed, again, copy, paste. It keeps putting it directly on top of it. That's annoying. Okay, so there we go. For some reason, targets remaining lets me copy it, paste it over here, but time elapsed was just pasting it on top of itself. If copy and paste is acting weird for you, remember, you can just go over here in the palette on the left and take another text and drag it down onto the canvas panel. I'll do that for the next one just to show that again. Actually, I'll do it right now since you might be having copy and paste issues too. Over here on the left, palette, text, drag it down, and drop it on canvas panel. And there it is, up in the upper left corner. I'm going to drag it out so we can see it better. And then this one, I am going to make it literally just be a slash. I'm also going to make the box smaller. I am going to come over here to appearance, justification, and make sure that align text center is there. And just make that smaller. I'm simply going to use this as a divider between how many rounds the player has in the current weapon that they have equipped and how many spare rounds they have that they can load into it. This one, I'm going to actually anchor down to the bottom right. So I'm going to select anchors, shift control, and click on this button right here, which shows the bottom left, or bottom right, sorry. So there it is. Now I'm going to want some numbers before and after it. So I can move the position to the left by -50. And actually, I want to move it by more than that because my number at the end here, I want -50 off from the side. So I'm actually going to make it -100 for now. And then for the position Y, I'm going to set this to our 50, -50. And now it's offset from the side, just like the other ones in the same amount. Now we need to actually add the text objects that are going to hold the values of these things that we've put on here. And I'm going to drag text in, another one for a canvas panel. I forgot to do this. This one is going to be anchored to the upper right, just like that. And this is the one I'm going to call accuracy. And I want to move it over by 50 and move it down by 50. And I'm going to make that a little bit bigger so that actually holds it, like I said. Set it to center align, and then now you can see that because it's closer to the edge, my position X has changed. So now I can set those back to -50 and 50 for the X and Y respectively. And now we have that. Okay, now we are ready to add the actual numbers that are going to be displayed under each of these headers. So these are also going to be text. So I'm going to drag one out here. And actually, let's see if I can just, so I'm just selecting the one that I just dragged, and I'm hitting Control D to duplicate it. And we're going to make, let's see, 1, 2, 3. So we need 5. And there's 5. Okay. So these ones are actually going to be kind of important because they're going to be holding values. So I actually want to give these names. If you see on the left over here, they're all of type text over here in the hierarchy, and it just says text block, and that's it, which is what the text is, of course. But if we select one, so I'm going to select this one over here, I'm also going to set I'll do that next. So we're going to select this one, and up at the top in the details, you can see that the name of this is actually just text block _911. I'm going to change that to actually make sense. And I'm going to call this targets remaining value text. I know that's pretty long. Maybe you can think of a better name. And then I'm going to just, for display purposes, to see what this is going to look like. I don't expect to be putting in tons of targets, so I'm going to put 999. Make it smaller, align text to center. And then this time, I'm also going to anchor this to the upper left, just like that. But remember, I want it to be 50 pixels over. but this target's remaining is 50 pixels down. So I'm going to set this one to 100 pixels down. So this text block here, I'm going to, in the details up at the top, I'm going to change this one to time elapsed value text. I'm going to change this to 999. I'm not planning on making my level huge, so that should be, I don't think they're going to go over 999 seconds. And again, I want to anchor this one to the top, and this one we are going to move down by 100 pixels on the Y. This one here, I'm going to call accuracy value text. I'm going to, so the best it's ever going to be is 100%. So just to see what it would look like when it's the widest, I'll do that. I'm not going to shrink the box down. I just want to show you that you don't have to do that. Over here in justification, I'm just going to align the text to the center, and that should work just fine. And anchors, this one again, Shift Control, click on this upper right one, and then I want to move it 50 pixels over from the edge, and then 100 pixels down, like that. Looking at these now, these look like they're offset from the edges a little bit too much, but we'll leave it like this, and if we need to, we can come back and change it. So these two, I'm just going to name this one on the left, let's say current weapon ammo text. And again, for the content over here, for text, I'm going to set it to 999. I don't think any weapon's ever going to have more than 3 digits for ammo. I am going to make this smaller, so that it fits in there. Make sure it's centered. This one, I'm going to bring down to the bottom like this. I'm going to make sure that I move it 50 pixels up. And then for the X, I want to move it negative, let's do negative 150 or negative 140. I don't know, you can mess with that until it looks good. Okay, negative 130 looks okay to me. And then now for this other one, I'm going to call this one spare ammo value text. Again, I'm going to make it 999, not that. Make it smaller. And in fact, if I want to make it exactly the same, I can see what the size of this one is. So it's 54.45. I'm just going to change that to 55. And then for this new one, I'm also going to change the X to 55, so they have exactly the same width. I'm going to center it. I'm going to go to anchors, Shift Control, click, bring it down to the bottom. And then this one, again, we want it to be negative 50 pixels up on the Y. And then let's try negative 200. Oh wait, actually we want this one to be on the right, sorry. Negative 50, let's do negative 40. And if we really wanted it to be perfect, remember this slash is what's 50 pixels out, not the edge of this 999, unlike everything else. So if we really wanted to make this perfect, we'd make this be negative 50, and then the slash would be like, I don't know, negative 105, and then there we go. Okay, that looks better. So there's two main ways that we can actually get these values updated. I'm going to show you guys both. So for these top ones, we're going to bind values to them, which means we actually do not need to make them variables. But these bottom ones, we are going to directly assign them values. So for this one on the bottom left, for our current weapon ammo text, on the right in the details, you can see up at the very top, there's this little checkbox that says is variable. We're going to make that true. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the spare ammo value text on the right of the slash and set that to is variable true. What that means is that these can actually be referenced and manipulated in the code. Before I forget, I am going to add a crosshair to the middle of our screen. You could make a nice crosshair in like Photoshop or something like that. but this is not a Photoshop tutorial, so I am just going to use something that should be built in. So over here on the left, under common, I'm going to drag in an image. And then over here for appearance, where it says brush, you can see that you can choose an image. So I'm going to hit none and start typing cross, and you can see there's one right here that's built into Unreal Engine. There might be something better if you can find, I don't know, there's tons of things in here. What about this one, this anchor? Okay, so it's got like that border around it. I don't like that. I'm just going to use the cross like that because it is transparent. So we just see the X. I know it doesn't look very pretty, but that's what we've got. So for anchors, and again, if you wanted this to look really good, you could import a cool crosshair with a transparent background, and all you have to do is switch this image out right here. So for anchors, I'm going to make sure it is smack dab in the middle. So Shift Control click, remember to move it, align it, and set that as the anchor. For the size, I'm going to make this just like 10 by 10. We'll see if that's too big later. It's easy to change. We just have to come back in and change those two numbers for the size X and the size Y. That looks pretty small, but we'll see. Now what I want to do is I want to add our finish screen and just get that out of the way. So I'm going to add over here from the palette, common border. I'm just going to drop that onto the canvas panel. And you can see now that we have this border box. And the border box, we can actually put stuff inside of it. So I want to anchor this to the middle. Actually, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger first, which might change the anchoring. Yeah, we'll have to anchor it again, but I just want to make it big. Over here in appearance, we can change what it looks like. So we have like brush color. So you can change the brush color. We can change the transparency. I'm going to set it to just 0.5 for the transparency. And I'm also going to change the color over here to black. So I want it to be kind of like a black box. Now, inside of the border, I want text. So I'm going to, from the palette, grab a new text object, drag it, and drop it on top of the border. I'm also going to make sure that I click on the text, and I'm going to do align center. I'm also going to name this border just so we know what it is. Over here, I'm going to call it results box. And I'm going to make sure I check this is variable, because remember, this is something that we need to tell it to display at the end. So that means we are going to need to reference it in code. So just make sure it's set to is variable. Now we can actually add some text. So I'm basically just going to want this to say course finished. I'm going to hold down Shift and hit Enter to drop down to the next line. Time elapsed, colon, space, 999 seconds. Shift Enter. Accuracy, 100%. Shift Enter. And then after that, I'm just going to, yeah, I think that's it. So now I'm going to hit Enter, and it should add all that. Now I can resize my results box here to make it kind of fit a little bit better. And of course, I could also make the text bigger, which I think I will do. So I'm going to click on the text that's inside of there. And I'm going to, right here, appearance, hit this little drop down next to font, and then I'm going to change the size to like 50. Now I need to make my results box quite a bit bigger. So I'm just going to drag it out like that. And I need to select the box again like I have now and re-anchor it to the center. Now, one thing to remember is that when the game first starts, I want this to be invisible. So let's select our box, and then over here on the right, we are going to find behavior in the details tab. And then down here, visibility, it says visible. I'm going to set it to hidden. That means it will not show up when the game first starts. And all the text inside of it because it's in the box. So the box is set to hidden, so everything inside of it's also going to be hidden. One thing before I forget is that we also actually want this user interface to be invisible when the game first starts. I want it to be when they first pick up a weapon is when the UI pops up. So I'm going to select in the hierarchy the actual WBP underscore main UI main parent object. And over on the side here for visibility, I'm going to set it to hidden, and that will make the entire thing hidden. It also means that when we do turn it on, that this box will still be hidden because we hid it individually. So it's hidden separately from the main UI. So I also want our button to try again. So I'm going to drag a button down here onto the canvas panel. Here's our button. So again, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. I'm going to drag a text object from the palette onto our button. I'm going to rename our button to try again button. Make sure is variable is checked, otherwise we can't actually do anything with it. And then for the text, I am going to make it a size of 40, or let's do 50, just like we did for the other one. Yeah, and then let's make the button bigger. There we go. And then I'm going to make the text say try again with a question mark. And I'm going to change the color of the box or of the button. So I'm going to select the button itself, go to background color, and I want this to be black as well with an opacity of 0.5. I will select the button. Before I forget again, we're going to go over to the right, behavior, visibility. We're going to set that to hidden because that needs to be invisible when the game starts as well. And doesn't need to, or it shouldn't be visible once the UI turns on. It should be handled separately. And for the anchors, I'm going to set it to the bottom. So Shift Control to the bottom. And then from there, I am just going to move it up like -250 on the position Y. So position X 0, position Y -250, anchored at the bottom. There we go. That looks pretty good. Okay, that should be everything for our UI that I want to do right now. And now we actually need to write some logic to make our UI update and show and do things. So up in the left, let's compile before we forget. After we compile, up here in the upper right, we're going to switch from this blue designer tab to the graph. So click on graph. And what we have here looks like any other blueprint event graph that we've been messing with. It's just specifically for the UI. So let's go ahead and make some new methods right now. The first one that I want to do, I'm going to get rid of event pre-construct here. We're not going to be using it. And I'm going to get rid of event tick. We're not going to use that either. So here's our event construct. This is just like begin play. When this UI is built or activated or spawned or whatever, it will run everything that's connected to event construct once. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to insert a delay node just for like 0.1 seconds, just to make sure that everything else that's loaded in our game happens first, because a lot of the data for our UI is going to be drawn from other stuff, and I want to make sure that all that other stuff has spawned in and is initialized properly before the UI tries to access it. So 0.1 second delay. The next thing I want to do is I want to get a reference to the player who has this UI on their screen so that we can easily then, without having to search for them and find them over and over and over again to get data, we're just going to have a reference that we make one time and we can keep using. So I'm going to make a new node called get owning player pawn. And what this is going to do is it's just going to return the player pawn. And a pawn is a blueprint class that's used for something that can be possessed and controlled. And it's going to then give us a reference directly to that. So that's what this return value is. It is the pawn reference of whoever owns this UI or has it displayed on their screen. Next, what I want to do is drag off the output pin for that. And we're going to do cast to BP underscore first person character. This is our actual first person character that we're going to be using. the blueprint for our first person character. And the reason we're doing this is because we are going to later do stuff to this first person character, like calling their methods and setting variables and stuff. And we don't want to just assume that this owning pawn that we got is a BP first person character. What if, I don't know, what if it's a different class, like a BP AI character, right? So we want to make sure that it actually is first person character. So casting means it's going to treat what you put into it as this thing. So it's going to take this pawn, it's going to try to treat it like a BP first person character. If it fails, that means it wasn't a BP first person character, and anything after cast failed is going to be run. And if it is a BP first person character, then the top one will run. And we also get a direct reference right here as BP first person character. So that's what I actually want to save as a reference. So one cool trick, instead of adding variables over on the side, you can right click on the output and say promote to variable, and it will automatically make a variable and set it and connect everything. I'm just going to call this one player ref. And if you accidentally didn't call it what you wanted to, just notice it's over here in our variables list, and we can select it and change it over there. So this is just going to be a reference, like I said, that we can use for this player that owns this UI over and over again. The next thing I want to do is also get a reference to the game state, because if you remember, our game state is where we're storing a lot of data, like the accuracy and the targets remaining and stuff like that, and it needs to be able to talk to the UI. So we're going to do another reference to the game state that we can just quickly access. So we're going to add a new node, get game state. Ah, dang it. Get game state. There we go. So notice this one doesn't have any inputs because there is only one game state ever, and all players like share it, I guess, or they all have access to it. It runs on the server and everyone can access it. So I'm going to drag off of that, and we're going to cast to. Now we want to treat it like that new game state that we made. If we don't, we won't be able to tell it to access our methods because it won't know for sure that the game state that we're running is actually the one we made and that it even has those methods. So we're going to get the game state and then try to treat it like the BP shooting range game state that we made. And again, I'm going to right click right here on as BP shooting range game state, the output, promote to variable, and I'm going to call it game state ref, just like that. Okay, so now event construct. As soon as this UI is built, we're going to grab a reference to the player, grab a reference to the game state, and then we don't have to ever do get owning player pawn or get game state or these castings ever again, since we've already saved them. So the first thing I want to do is make a new custom event. So add custom event, and we're going to call this one update current weapon ammo text. So I am going to drag my player ref in, say get player ref. Let's bring in over here for variables. We have our spare ammo value text. Drag it in. Remember, this is the thing on the UI, that text object that we said is variable so that we can actually access it. Now we should be able to drag off and say set text. So it's this one at the bottom, widget, set text, text. Okay. And we're going to connect those. Now, there's actually one thing that we need to do that I can't do yet, which is actually get the spare ammo count that the player has. Well, remember, we haven't done anything with the player yet. So there's no methods or functions or anything. It doesn't even have a variable to store our spare ammo yet. So we can't actually do this yet, which means we're going to have to come back to this one. So I'm going to show you something cool. If we select all of this and hit C, as in Charlie, on the keyboard, we can add a comment. So I'm going to put a comment there so we know that this is not finished. And you can select your comment and change the color. I'm going to make it red just so we definitely don't miss it. And we know that we are going to have to make the player before we can finish that. And just for my own sake, I'm going to go back to our game state. And in our finish course, like I said, we need to add some to this one too. I'm going to do the same thing. Update after UI is finished. And I'm going to set the color of that to red as well. One other cool thing about doing comments like this is you can, after you put them in there, you can grab the comment and move them all around as one big thing. So you don't have to keep, clicking and dragging to select. You can just drag them around like this. I think it's pretty cool. It saves a lot of time. It's way easier. I like to use a lot of comments. I'm going to hit compile just so it saves that. And then we're going to jump back here to our main UI. After we have the update current weapon ammo text, the next thing we're going to do is another one, custom event. And this one is going to be update spare ammo text. So this is going to be the ammo that we actually get from the weapon. And then this one down here is going to be the one we get from the player. And actually I set these up wrong. Player ref should go down here under update spare ammo text. So for update current weapon ammo text, let's do this. Let's, over here on the left under details, let's give it an input. And let's make the input current mag count. And let's make that an integer. So whenever anything calls this, we're going to have to give it a number, which is going to represent how many rounds we have in the magazine. And then that is what's going to be updated as our text. And again, this one's in the wrong spot. So hold down Alt, click. We're going to drag it down here to this one. So we actually can finish this one right now. So update current weapon ammo text. And then we're going to get this number. We're going to do toText. And I want to change it to an integer, or from an integer, sorry, to text, like that. Then I'm going to drag off of that, and we're going to set the text of, and it's asking like, okay, what do we want to set the text of? We want to set the text of our current weapon ammo text, which I dragged in here from our variables list. That's going to be set right there. I'm going to make this look a little neater and more compact. And then the last thing we want to do, remember, we want to make sure that it becomes visible, just in case it wasn't. And when I say make it visible, I mean the entire UI. Because again, whenever the player picks up a weapon, I want it to immediately tell the UI how many bullets are in the magazine, which means then we need to turn on the UI, because by default, remember, we had it hidden. So I'm going to drag off from the execution pin. We're going to do set visibility, not this one, but this one at the bottom. So widget set visibility. And simply, I'm going to set it to not hit testable self only, which means that it will show the entire UI again, but we can't like click on it. So that way, if the player was clicking around and we had the cursor unlocked, they're not going to be like clicking on text or something, and that it counts it as clicking text and not clicking something in the game world. So we can actually delete this comment box because that actually is done. This is the one down here that we can't actually complete right now. So we're going to leave that player ref there. We know we're going to need that spare ammo value text. We know we're going to need to do set text text at the end of this. And the only thing that we don't have yet is how much ammo the player has. So one thing though I do want to do is that when update spare ammo text is called, that we know that we're looking for a specific type of ammo, and then that's what it's going to ask the player, like how much of this specific ammo do you have, and then it will show. And ideally, well, not ideal, we were going to make it so that the ammo type it's looking for is the ammo type that the currently equipped weapon uses. So for this update spare ammo text over here on inputs, I'm going to add a new input, and I'm going to call this ammo type. And for the data type, I am going to set this to, I should just be able to start, ammo type. And then here's that enumerator, or that enum that we made, ammo types. And then once we come back later, we are going to feed this ammo types into a method that we put on the player that asks the player how much of a certain ammo it has in their pockets or their inventory, and then we're going to print that out. So this one we need to come back to later. Okay, and I'm just going to leave it white. All right, so the next thing we need to do is remember we have that try again button. So we don't have any logic for that yet. So I'm going to drag out from variables. I'm going to drag out our get try again button. And I actually want to add 3 things for this. So we're going to, and I can't just click and search for them. I'm going to click on this try again button that I dragged out. And you can see on the left here, it has these events: on clicked, on hovered, on unhovered. I'm going to click the plus next to on clicked. I'm going to select it again, click the plus next to on hovered, click on my try again button reference again here, and click on unhovered. So now we have these 3 methods that are related just to this try again button. And now what I want to do, actually there we go. I'm going to put this in here. Okay. So you can see that they already have a reference. It knows what button we're accessing, this try again button right here. So this on clicked, we don't have to tell it what we're clicking. It already knows it's this try again button. And simply when we click the try again button, we just want to reload our level. We could reset everything and teleport the player back, but it's easier to just reload the entire level. So I'm going to drag off of here, and I'm going to say open a level, and we're going to do by object reference. And it's asking, okay, what level do you want to open? And remember, we called ours main map. So we're going to open the main map. So whenever this on click event is triggered, which happens when you click the button, it is going to then just load our main map again, which will basically unload the map now and then completely refresh everything. For the hovered, we want the player to be able to know when they hover their mouse over the try again button that give them some visual cue that hey, yes, this is an active button that you can actually click on. So I'm going to drag off of the try again button, and all I want to do is change the background color. So I'm going to do set background color, and I'm going to do that top one. I'll show that again. There's 2. So I don't want the appearance variables. I want this button appearance function instead of just, so the F means it's a function, and the little blue dot just means it's a variable. I want to actually run the function because it has some stuff that it does for us. So I'm going to click that up to there. So on hovered, it is going to change the background of this try again button. And what I want it to do is remember we were using full black, and our button by default is, I think, 0.5% opacity. I'm going to change it to 0.25, which means it should get brighter. And then for on hovered, on unhovered, we're going to drag off of this, use the set background color function again. Notice anywhere in Blueprints, you can actually send multiple wires out of one data node into a lot of different things. So we don't have to make 2 of these. And for this one, it's going to be black, but we're going to set the alpha value or the opacity back to 0.5, which is what it was before. So now when you hover over it, the button background will get lighter. And then when you unhover, it will go back to what it looked like before. And the last thing that we want to add in here is we want to add an event that will show our final result screen, which remember we have hidden separately from the UI itself. So when they pick up a weapon, the UI will appear, but not the result screen. So we need to make sure that the result screen has a way to turn on. So I'm going to make a new custom event. I'm going to call this one show results screen. Okay, this one's going to look a little messy, but it's not that bad. So as the inputs, I want 2 inputs. And so the first one I'm going to call final time. And remember from our game state, we made it uses rounded time and it's already a string. So that's going to be a string. For the final accuracy, that is also going to be a string. And the game state will just pass those values in from its own variables to use for this. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is, remember how earlier we added 2 strings together? We're going to do that again. So we're going to do append string, like that. And the first thing that it's going to say is what we typed in our designer. So remember the very first line of our finished course is course finished. And then I'm going to hold down shift and hit enter to drop down a line. And then the next line was time elapsed. So time elapsed : space. Then I am going to just copy this append node. And for A, I'm going to take this string, which is now course finish with a space and then time elapsed with a colon and then a space, to be the first part. And then for B, I am going to actually want to pass in what the time elapsed is. So I'm going to drag final time into there. I'm going to add another append node. We're going to take the output here and put it into A. And then B, we are simply just going to hold shift and hit enter so that we drop down to the next line. We're going to add another append node, connect the A up to there. And then this time, for B, we are going to type accuracy : space. We're going to use another append node. The return is going to go into A, and the B is going to be the final accuracy. The last thing is going to be at the very end of return value. We are going to then actually set our text for the end game text. So remember, and I don't think we actually made it a variable, which we need to right now. So I'm going to hit compile. I'm going to jump back to the designer, select all of this text inside our results box, give it a name, results text, and click is variable. Hit compile, jump back to the graph. Now over here in our variable list, we have this results text. So I can drag that out. And from the results text, what we want to do is we want to set text. Remember, set text at the very bottom. And it's asking us, okay, what text do you want to put in here? And what we want to put in is the result of our string that we've continued to add on to. At the very end, it's a single string with all of this data in it. And then we're going to set the text to that. I'm going to make sure I connect those up. I'm going to, let's see, make this look a little neater. It's fine. Okay. And then after that, remember, we're still not actually showing the results box yet. That's what the method's called. We've just set the text. Now we actually need to make the box show up. So remember, our box itself, we set as a variable. So we can just drag out the entire results box. If you missed that part, go back to the designer, click on our box, and make sure it's set as a variable. So now the results box, I'm going to drag off of that, and we're going to do set visibility. And again, we want widget set visibility, the function here. And we're going to set the visibility simply to visible. And we want to make the results box show up, but we also want to make our button show up. So I'm going to drag in our try again button, get it, and then connect that up as well. That is the final logic chain for our show results screen. Okay, our UI is finished, and now we actually have to add our UI to the game so that it displays, which means we finally are going to start working on the player character themselves. So click content drawer or hit Control Spacebar and make sure you're in your main content folder. And we're going to go to this first person folder. You're going to go to blueprints and then right here, first person character. If you can't find that or it's in some other place for whatever reason, you can just start typing in the search bar. Make sure you have your content folder selected so it looks everywhere. You can just start searching. Person, character, hey, there they are. Cool. But it should be in content, first person, blueprints, first person character. So here's our first look at the first person character. You can see that right now all they have is a camera input, a movement input, and a jump input. That's it. And these are all coming from these input actions. I don't know if you recall, but we made 2 new ones at the beginning. We made an IA reload and an IA interact, and we'll do something with those in a second. Before we actually get started here, I want to open up the player controller so that we can add, that's where we're going to add our UI to show up. It's good to do that on the controller and not on the player themselves. And remember, the controller basically owns the player, if you want to think of it like that. So we're going to go back to the content drawer, and in that same folder, content first person blueprints. And again, you can search for it if you can't find it. We're going to open up this BP first person player controller. You can see there's not much in here at all. Just whenever the game starts, it's using this input system thing, checking to see if it exists, and then it is setting a mapping context. And a mapping context is just a collection of what buttons are mapped to what input actions. And you can make a bunch of them. So you could have like, I don't know, one for the player when they're on foot, and then when they get in a vehicle, their mapping context changes to the vehicle mapping context, and when they, I don't know, pick up a weapon, then it changes to a different mapping context. You can even have multiple active at the same time, but yeah, that's what these are. So IMC default, that's our one for moving and jumping and looking around for the player, and I think that's all it actually has. But this is where we're going to add our blueprint. So I'm going to drag off, and we're going to do create widget, like that. And then it's asking us what class. Well, we want to use the one that we just made. So we called it main UI, so WBP underscore main UI. That's the one that we want to create. I'm going to actually save a reference to it right here, just in case we ever need to quickly reference it again. So I'm going to right click on the return value, promote to variable, and I'm going to call it UI ref. It's probably not necessary, but it's nice to have a reference. Now it is asking who is the owning player. Well, the owning player is this player controller. So I'm going to drag off of owning player, and I'm just going to type self. So get a reference to self. So it's basically just saying its own self is the owner of that new widget UI that we just spawned. Now we need to actually add this to the viewport. So the very next thing we need to do is drag off from this output pin on our set, because remember, this is just referencing the exact same thing that this output. So we can drag off of here, or if you didn't set a variable, you can drag it off of the return value. We're going to do add to viewport. User interface, viewport, add to viewport. And it should be all connected up like that. Now our UI is actually going to be drawn on the screen. So let's go ahead and hit compile. And we were just talking about mapping context and input actions. Let's configure those really quick before we start messing with the player, because we know we're going to have to use those on the player. So we can close our first-person player controller for now. I don't think we're going to come back to it at all. Let's open up our content drawer, and let's actually just search for our context mappings. So we know we have our reload, so IA reload. And remember, I'm going to open it real quick. You don't have to. At the beginning, we already set it to pressed, and we did the same thing with interact. What we need to do now is actually put those into a mapping context. So I'm going to go to my content folder, and I'm going to search for mapping context. Okay, so there's 2 in our project right now. There's one specifically for weapon controls, and there's one for just, on foot player controls. So I'm going to open up the IMC default one. This is the one for player controls. You can see over on the left, we have mappings and a drop down here. So there's a jump, a move, and a look. And I'm not going to get super into these, but you can see that each one has different inputs, and some of them have a keyboard and a controller input. So what we're going to do is we're going to click this little plus button next to mappings, and we are going to choose our interact. So we have this one down here that just got made. It says none. Here we go, IA interact. Remember, that's the one we made. Click the drop down to the left of it, and now we can click this keyboard icon and then hit any key on the keyboard, and that's what it will set it to. You can also hit the drop down and just pick from a massive list, but hitting the keyboard and then hitting the key is easier. Let's just make sure it's set up right. So IA interact, when you press E, you could make this F, you could make this G, you could make it whatever you want. I'm going to use E just because it's right there close to my fingers when I'm moving around. And over here, you can see the triggers, 0, modifiers, 0, but then the triggers that are inherited from the input action are 1. And that's that pressed thing that we just saw a couple seconds ago. I'm going to hit Shift-Control-S to save that. I'm going to open my content drawer again, and now I'm going to open the IMC_weapons. And you can see right now it already has a mapping for shoot, which is mapped to the left mouse button and the gamepad. Again, you could add as many mappings as you want. So I could hit this little plus button here and also make it, I don't know, shoot on spacebar. I don't want to do that, but you could. I'm going to delete that. So up here at the top, next to mappings, I'm going to click Add Action Mapping. On None, click the drop down, and we want to choose our reload that we made. Expand to the left of it, click the keyboard. I'm going to do it R. You can make it anything you want. And you can see, just to double check, this one is inheriting the trigger from the input action itself, which, just like the interact, we set that to be only one time when the button's first pressed. So hit Shift-Control-S, save that, and now we can exit out of that. So now what we want to do is actually configure the actual player. So we're back here in the BP_first person character. And again, if you lost it, go to Content, First Person, Blueprints, and then BP first person character. Again, you could also click on Content and just start searching for it. There it is. And we're going to make sure that this is open, and we are going to start giving our player some logic to interact with input and also interact with our game world. First thing that I want to do in here, just like we've kind of been doing so far, is get our variables added in here. So over here on the left, variables, click the plus button. And the first one I'm going to call spare rounds. This is our first map that we're going to use. So spare rounds, I'm going to click this little drop down next to it. And the type, the data type, is going to be E ammo types. The difference, though, is that after we do that, over here on the right, in the details, you can see that we have variable type, E ammo types, and there's this little green, like horizontal bubble here. If you click the drop down, we can change it to an array, a set, or a map. I want to make it a map, so we're going to click map. So what is a map? It has a key and then a value associated with that key. So we're using the ammo types as the key, and there's only ever one unique key. So it's going to have our different ammo types, 45, 556, 762, and then the value for each one, which we are going to set as an integer. And you can see you could change it here. So, but it did it for us correctly. Ammo types as the key and integers as the value. So the next thing I want to add is a new variable. And this one's going to be called myUIRef. And we're going to use that to get and save a reference to our user interface. For the data type, we are going to change this to the actual widget we made, which is main UI. And we're going to do object reference because we're, again, referencing a specific one that's been spawned, not the class as a whole. So object reference. And then over here on the right, you can see it's still set to map. We're going to change that back to single. Then we're going to add one called has a weapon. And we're going to make this a Boolean. Obviously, that's going to keep track of if we actually have a weapon equipped or not. And then, because we're probably going to be interacting with our weapon that we're holding a lot, let's go ahead and make a weapon ref variable. And this is going to be the base weapon that we chose, or that we made earlier. So object types, BP weapon base, and object reference again, because we're referencing a specific one, which is going to be specifically the one that we're holding. So go ahead and hit compile just so we don't lose all of that. And the first thing that's the easiest to do, and also is going to go ahead and set up some of these variables for us right away, is if we add a begin play. event. Remember, this gets called once right when the game starts. And what I want to do with here is I want to get controller. So pawn get controller. And the target is self. So we're getting the controller that is in control of this player pawn. And then we are going to cast that to the first person player controller to make sure that it's actually the type of controller that we think it is. And then if it is, we know, remember, we set a reference to the UI in the controller. So we had a variable that we called, I think, UI ref. So we're going to, so get UI ref. So we're getting that from the controller, drag out my UI ref, do set, connect that, and connect that. So after we've done that, now let's go ahead and make an event that adds ammo from the player to the weapon. So let's do custom event. We're going to call it add ammo. And it's going to take two inputs. So the first input it's going to take is an ammo type. And the second one that it's going to take is going to be an amount of ammo that we're trying to add. And make sure that the ammo type, data type, is actually set to our ammo type enumerator. And make sure that amount is set to an integer. And what this is going to do is we're going to use this for ammo pickups. So whenever we pick up ammo, it's going to get a reference to the player that's trying to pick it up, call this add ammo method, and then pass in its own ammo type and how much ammo is contained in that pickup. And then it will add that to our player's spare rounds. So I'm going to drag out from the variables spare rounds. So we're first going to check to see if we even have that ammo already, if our map already contains the key that we're trying to pick up. Okay. Let's make a branch. If it does, what we're going to do, let's do if it doesn't first. That's easy. If we don't already have that key, then we know that we can safely just add. Again, I'm going to double click to make these nodes a little prettier so I can drag them like this. So if that key does not already exist, that means we don't have that ammo type at all yet, and we can just simply add it to our map. If we do already have that key, that means that we already have some of that ammo type. Well, we don't want to overwrite it. We want to, add to it. So what that means is we have to then, and I don't want all these lines to get all over the place, so I'm actually going to drag in a fresh get spare rounds. It's the same thing, it's just I don't want 100 wires coming off of this single one. And so now what we have to do is if it's already there, we basically just have to get what the value is right now. So we're going to do, so there's this one that's called find, this node. It says finds the value associated with the provided key. So you tell it what the key is and it outputs what the value is. And in fact, this comes with its own Boolean on if it already found it or not. So you could, instead of using contains, you could just plug it straight here into find. And then if this is true, you have it. And if that's false, you don't have it. But I want to show multiple nodes so you just kind of see what there is. So we're going to connect our ammo type to the find node. And that's the one that we're looking for. And obviously, we're going to make sure that it only gets here if true has been fired already. So we know it's already in there. So it's just going to return our value. Then what I want to do is I'm going to add another add node. And I want to take the result of this. We're going to put a plus. And we are going to add. So we're getting what it is. And then we're going to use the amount that was passed in. I'm sorry, this is so messy. And then after we find it, we're going to get what the value is, add the current value to the number that we're trying to add, and then we are going to set that as the new value with the ammo type like that. And remember, this will only run if that's true. I'm going to try to clean this up really quick, and then I'll hover over here a sec so you guys can maybe get a better look. Okay, I hope this looks a little bit better. We can kind of see better here how our logic's flowing. I'm going to walk through it one more time because this is kind of a lot of spaghetti here. So add ammo is going to get called. It's going to pass in an ammo type and an amount. The first thing that's going to happen is we're going to check to see if our map down here, spare rounds, already contains that key. If it doesn't, then we know that we can safely just add it with the amount directly because nothing's being overwritten, it's just adding it. However, if we do already have that key, we're going to find what the value is of that key in our spare rounds. We're going to add to the value that it already is, the new value that we're trying to add, and then we are going to overwrite the old value at the given key with the new value at the given key. Now, after it's done all of that, I want it to then update our UI with the new spare ammo count, but I only want it to do that if the player actually has a weapon equipped. So I'm going to drag out has weapon. We're going to do get has weapon. I'm going to make a branch. If this is true, then we know the player is already holding a weapon, which means that we can drag these both into here because no matter which branch it takes from this branch, we want both of these to eventually then run into this new branch. So we're going to make it here. It's going to check to see if we have a weapon or not. And basically, I want another check. And what I want to check is the weapon that we're carrying, does it use the same ammo type of what we just picked up? Because we definitely don't want to update the UI with ammo that we just picked up that's for a gun that's not the one that we're using. So I'm going to bring in our weapon reference like this. And our weapon reference will have an ammo type. We haven't set that up yet, but we will. I'm just going to make a comment to come back to this. And basically what we're going to do is we're just going to check to see if the weapon reference's ammo type matches the ammo type that we're trying to pick up. So I'm going to go ahead and just drag that there for now because we know that that is going to need to go there. And once we have our weapon set up, it's going to have an ammo type that's going to plug into there. This is going to plug into a new branch. And then if they do have a weapon, we'll feed into there. And then if the weapon matches the same ammo, then we're going to drag in a reference to our UI ref. And we are going to call our method update spare ammo text. Connect that up. And it's asking us, what ammo type should we display? And we're just going to drag it all the way from the beginning of our method again and plug that in. So again, I know this looks super messy, and we'll come back here in a little bit. I'm going to hit compile because I don't want to lose that because I definitely don't want to do all that stuff again. Now we are going to add our first function. Again, all these are functions, but Unreal uses function to mean something different than just an event. So as you've seen, events are allowed to have inputs that you can pass in data when you call the event, but our events can't have outputs. They can't return any sort of data. They just do a bunch of stuff. They don't return a value. They don't calculate something and then say, hey, here's the result, and then give it to something else. We need to use a function for that. So over on the left here, where it says functions, mine says functions 34 overridable. Yours might not say 34, but you should see functions. Click the little plus there, and I'm going to call this function subtract ammo. And what I want this one to do is I want it to basically, the weapon, when they try to reload, I want the weapon to be like, okay, there's, 10 rounds in my magazine that, that are empty that can be refilled. And then we're going to check to see how many rounds the player actually has, because if they have 10 or more, then we can just say, okay, cool, you get all 10 of them. If they only have, let's say, 5 rounds, we have to make sure that the weapon knows the player only had 5. So after we run all of our math to figure out how many we actually have and do we have enough or not, the output is going to be it then telling the weapon, hey, this is how many rounds that you actually are going to receive, which might not be the same as what you're requesting. So the first thing I'm going to do is make a branch. We are going to have to get our spare rounds reference. And before we get too far, I want to make sure the subtract ammo has 2 inputs. The first input is going to be an ammo type. And I'm going to set the data type to, of course, E ammo types. The second one is going to be an amount to subtract. And I should have probably named that something better, like spare places in magazine or something like that, but whatever. This is going to be how much the weapon wants the player to give it to fill its magazine to maximum capacity. And that's going to be an integer. So the first thing we need to do is we need to make sure, like, does the player even have this ammo type at all? So I'm going to drag off of our spare rounds output pin, and we're going to do a find. Plug the ammo type into here. So again, remember, this is just checking to see if this ammo type key is actually in our spare rounds map. If it is, it's going to give us the output, and it's also going to, or it's going to give us the value as an integer, and it's also going to tell us true or false, like, is it in there? So we can hook that directly up to there. And now we know, well, let's say that it's not already in there. Well, that means they don't have any spare ammo. So that's pretty easy. We can then just say, hey, you get 0. So I want to actually make a new variable, but we're going to do a local variable. So we haven't done those yet. So down here, you can see we have our variables with all of our lists. Down at the bottom, we have local variables, which means it's only going to exist inside this function, and it's not going to be accessible anywhere else. I'm going to add a new local variable, and I'm going to call this one actual rounds removed. And I'm going to make this an integer. I'm just going to use this to store how many bullets we're actually going to be giving the weapon. So if we don't have that ammo type that the weapon's requesting, pretty easy. We can just come out of false here, and we can set the actual rounds removed to just 0, because we know that, again, it's not actually going to be able to get any. Let's go ahead and add our output. So we're going to click on the subtract ammo function again. This is the input. Over here on outputs, I'm going to click the little plus button, and our output is just going to be actual rounds removed. And of course, this is going to be how many bullets actually got taken out of the player's inventory, and we will tell the weapon that for its reloading. So that's going to be an integer. And again, remember, if we don't even have those bullets, okay, then the actual rounds removed is just going to be 0. That's pretty easy. So we can just run that into there. And I know these have the same variable name. I don't want that to be confusing, but just keep that in mind. So then the actual rounds removed is going to go right there. We're setting it here to 0, and then at the very end, that's the final thing that we're going to tell it. And actually, before I do that, I want to update the spare ammo text. It's not going to matter anyway, because we don't even have any, but I'm going to put that in anyway. So I can drag off of the pin that we already did. This will add a new one and automatically connect the input and output. I'm going to do, first I'm going to drag in my UI ref, do git, drag up, and then I'm going to do update spare ammo text, like that, and then I'll connect these up. And it's asking, of what type. We have it right here on our input. We'll just feed it in down there. And to be safe, what I want to do is, even if they didn't have the ammo that they wanted, I want to actually add that ammo to our map just so it's there. Again, the key will be there, but the value is still going to be 0. So it doesn't really matter anyway. So let's go for the other side of this branch where you do have some, well, at least you have the key in there. It still might be 0 rounds, we don't know, but at least you have had that round before in your spare ammo. So I'm going to make a new variable, and I'm actually going to right click on the output of this find. Remember, this is the integer that is the value of what's at that key. I'm going to promote to local variable, not variable, local variable, and I'm going to call this one starting ammo count and plug that in. So if we do have some ammo, we're going to save how much ammo we had in a variable right here. The next thing I want to do is, from the end of this set, we're going to drag out of the output pin, and I'm going to do a greater than or equal to. We need to make sure, does our player have more ammo than is being requested or less ammo than is being requested? So amount to subtract, we're going to connect that up there. We're going to make another branch off of this greater than or equal to symbol. Make sure we connect those together. So here we have a couple different conditions. So remember, we're asking, is the ammo that the player has greater than or equal to how much ammo we want? So if it is, well, it's pretty easy. We can just say, okay, take all the rounds, you get them all. So I'm going to drag off of this, and I'm going to say set actual, hold on, I'll just do it like this. Sometimes when you right click and search for something, there's this context sensitive thing, and it tries to guess what you want and filter out things that you don't. And sometimes it won't show something that you want. So you can either turn this off, which I don't recommend because it adds thousands of other things. But I know that I want to access this actual rounds removed, so I'm just going to drag it out from my local variables over here with an Alt click so that it's set already. So if it's true, if you have enough or you have more than enough, we are just going to set it to actual rounds removed to be equal to how many rounds are being requested. So I can drag off from here. I'm going to come up here. I'll show you something cool. If we already know that the wires are going to go through a bunch of other nodes, we can drag it up here and then add a reroute node. Then from the reroute node, connect over. So you can see that looks way cleaner, and we don't have to double click on it and then move it around. We can just do it like that. Okay, so you have more rounds, or at least you have the exact amount of rounds that are being requested. Cool. Actual rounds removed is going to be just whatever was asked. But what if they do have these rounds, meaning that this was true, but they don't have enough to fully reload the gun? So that would be the false condition coming out of this branch here. Well, the first thing we want to do is I'm going to do another set actual rounds removed, just like that, except this time the actual rounds removed is not going to be equal to how many we're requesting. It's going to be equal to the starting count, because remember, it's only going to make it here if the amount of rounds that we have is less than what they're asking for. So if they're asking for 10 and we only have 9, okay, then we know, all right, just take all of them. So the actual rounds removed is going to be the starting amount that we actually have. And then after all of this, we need to update in the player's map what the new value, like how many rounds they now have, because remember, we just subtracted some. So I'm going to hold down Control and click and drag, and I'm going to drag out a starting ammo count and an actual rounds removed. And what we're going to do is we are going to do a subtraction node. And so we are going to get the result of subtracting how much our starting ammo was by actual rounds removed. I'm going to drag in another reference to our spare rounds right here. I'm going to drag off of it, and we're going to do an add. And then what do we want to add? We want to add the result of this subtraction to here. And again, it's taking how many rounds we started with, how many are actually being removed, and then updating to make our new value for that key be whatever that calculated value is. So this set is going to go into that add. This set is also going to go into that add. And we don't have to, but I'm actually going to hold down Control and move this to also go into that add. I know down here we took out 0, but what this is basically going to do is just add the key to our map, which didn't exist before, and it is just going to set it to 0, so it doesn't really matter. And then it's asking for, okay, what's the ammo type? Well, remember, our ammo type is way back here at the beginning. Drag ammo type all the way over, drop it off there, and then our add and connect to here. And that is all of the logic for the subtract ammo. So I'm going to kind of pan over it here really quick. Pause the video if you need to make sure you've got all these connected correctly. And I'm going to hit compile. And it's saying that we can't write to actual rounds removed. When we're saying actual rounds removed, it thinks we're referring to this output here. So I'm going to right click on our variable down here, actual rounds removed, and I'm just going to rename it. Actually, let's do something easier. Let's just rename the output. So instead of the output being actual rounds removed, I'm just going to make it, let's make it amount removed. Let's try hitting compile now. And now it works. Yeah, it thought that when we were saying actual rounds removed, that we were referring to the output variable of this and not the local variable that we made. Anyway, so, okay, that's done. Subtract ammo works. And now what we need to do is we need to make this next function, which also is going to return something, you know, a true or false or a number or something, which means it can't be an event, so it has to be a function. So over here on the left, we're going to click add new function, and I'm going to call this one get spare ammo count. And all this is going to do is for an input, the input should be ammo type. There we go. Let's drag in our spare rounds map. We're going to use find, plug the requested ammo type into here. And then our return node, we are going to have outputs. Our outputs are going to be ammo amount, which is going to be an integer. And our second output is going to be a Boolean called has ammo already with a question mark. You don't have to put question marks on your Booleans. In fact, I'm sure probably most people don't, but I do. So now we're just going to connect these up. And this is super simple. Basically, all this is saying is anything in our game can ask the player basically, hey, how many spare rounds of a specific ammo do you have? We check for it. If it exists, then it's going to print out true. If it doesn't, it's going to say false. And if it doesn't, this top result is going to be 0. And if it does, then the top result is going to be actually how much ammo we have. And another thing that we can do with this is if we click on get spare ammo count, we can come up to the top here and there's this little checkbox that says pure. And I'm going to check that. And what that does is it eliminates these execution pins. So so for example, this find node, this is pure. It does not have any input or output execution pins. It's just a node all by itself that takes stuff in and puts stuff out. So when you make a function pure, that means that you can use it just like, you know, a normal like data access or calculation or output, just like this. You don't have to run logic through it. So I'm going to hit compile. Okay, and now we can go back to our event graph. In fact, I can just close these completely. Let's go to our event graph. And the next thing that I want to add is actually triggering our input for interacting. I'm going to do it down here. It's not as messy. So remember, we had that IA underscore interact. So we're going to do input, enhance action events, IA interact. So whenever we push the button that corresponds with this input action that we set in the mapping context, this is going to run. And remember, we told it what counts as being triggered, which was just whenever you first press the button, like immediately, that's when it's triggered. So how we're going to do interacting is we are going to draw an invisible line out from the center of the camera, a certain distance, and then if it hits something, it's going to check what it hit, and then based on what it hit, it's going to have different behavior that it does after that. This is called Raycasting if you're coming from Unity or anything else, and in Unreal it is called line tracing, but it is the same thing, casting out an invisible ray and getting information back on what it hit, distance, what it was, where it hit, all sorts of stuff. So for triggered, the first thing we're going to do immediately is we're going to do a line trace for objects. So it's asking us, where do we want the line to start and where do we want the line to end? Well, over here on the left, you can see a component of our player is already this first person camera. If you don't see that, make sure your little components drop down here thing is expanded. So we know we want to shoot it out of the first person camera. So we're going to get a reference to the first person camera. And we're going to use get world location. And that's just going to return an XYZ vector of where in the world space this camera exists. And of course, that's going to be where our ray starts. So we're going to plug that up into start. Now we need to end is going to have to be, okay, it's going to have to end in a specific direction in a specific amount of distance from our start. So we're still going to need to access our first person camera. We're going to use a new node called get forward vector. And what this is going to do is it is just going to return the vector, the XYZ vector of the direction that the front of this camera is facing in world space. And it is going to be a unit vector, which means it's not going to have any distance with it. It's just going to be a direction. So we have to now add distance to it. So if you've done any vector math, we know that we can multiply that unit vector by a float or a scalar. It doesn't have to be a float, but we're going to use a float. And then that will turn that direction vector into a direction vector with a distance as well. Whereas remember, this get world location, it is also a vector, but it's not a distance and direction vector, it's a position vector. This one though, I'm going to put 150. In Unreal, each unit is a centimeter, so this will be 150 centimeters. And I'm going to hook this up to, now remember, all this is a direction and a distance. We don't have like where it starts from, and it's asking for an end position. So it needs to be from our world location in a specific direction for a specific distance. So the last thing that I need to do is we need to drag off of the get world location, and we're going to do an addition node. And we're simply going to, let me rearrange these so it's a little cleaner. We're going to select the output of our distance and direction vector to our position vector where it starts, and then that is going to be the end. The line trace is also asking us, now notice we use line trace for objects, which means we have to tell it which objects you are going to be able to hit and what objects you're just going to ignore. And that's this object types. Notice it's the little dotted square, so it's an array. So I'm going to drag off of this, and we haven't done this yet. We're going to type make array, and it's just going to make a brand new array. And I'm going to make it detect world static. I'm going to hit this pin over here and also add world dynamic. So now that if this ray hits, well, it's not if it hits, it can only detect and only hit world static objects and world dynamic objects. So it can't hit pawns, which means it's not going to hit the own player. It can't hit projectiles, vehicles, physics bodies. So this is all we need. And if you needed to change this and you wanted it to, I don't know, they can catch a bullet in midair, then you'd want to add a pin and choose like projectile or something. But for us, that's all we need right now. So at the end of our line trace, we have this out hit, which represents all of the data that we could possibly ever need on the thing that it actually hit. So I'm going to drag off of out hit, and I'm going to add a break hit result node. And you can see here is all the data that we can get from the object that we hit. We can get where we hit it, the normal of the direction that we hit it, what we hit, its physics material, like all this, just tons of stuff. And so what I want to do is I only really care about what it hit. So what actor did it hit? Remember, an actor is just a thing in the scene. And it's like the base blueprint class of all, well, C++ class of all things that are in the world. It's the same as a game object in Unity that inherits from mono behavior. If you have a blueprint class or a C++ class that inherits from actor, you can place it in the world. So that's what's actually getting hit, is the actor. So I'm going to drag off of the actor because that's what we want to access. And I'm going to use a new node, does object implement interface. I don't know if you remember, but earlier we made an interface that was called interactable. So this BPI interactable. So for those of you who don't know what interfaces are, I will explain it quickly. So an interface is basically something that, it's like a class that defines methods and their input output parameters, but it doesn't give any logic inside of that. It'll just be the name. So if you remember, for our BPI interactable interface, it has one method in it that's called interact, and as an input, it takes a BP first-person character. Now, it doesn't have any logic. It doesn't do anything, right? So what you do is other classes can implement the interface, which means they use it or they have it, or however you want to think of it. And that means they have to adhere to the rules that they have to have all those methods that were mentioned in the interface actually defined with logic, or it'll throw an error and it won't run. You might be asking yourself, well, why do we want to do this? Add a branch here, connect these. So let's say we had, I don't know, in our level, let's say the player could push buttons, pick up guns, pick up ammo, open doors, I don't know, apply bandages to a wounded thing if we were making a bigger game. Like, we could have 100 things in the world that the player could interact with. And if you did that, you'd have to come out of this hit actor and be like, okay, branch, is the hit actor an ammo pickup? Yes or no? Is it a weapon? Yes or no? Is it this? Yes or no? You'd have 100 branches with things going all over the place. And what we can do here is we can just say, hey, does the thing that it hit implement this interface? That's all we need to know. Anything that we can interact with in our game, we just have to make sure that we implement this interface, and it'll just automatically work with this single branch, or we won't have to do anything else. So if it does, we are going to grab from the hit actor, and we're going to do cast to interactable. Obviously, we've already checked to see, is the thing that we hit implementing interactable? If it is, then we're going to just grab the actor. We're going to cast it to interactable. And now that we've casted it to interactable, we have this as interactable output pin, which means we can now access any methods that interactable has. And remember, we gave it a method called interact, so class BPI interactable interact. Now, the other beauty of this is that our player doesn't care what this object does when you interact with it, but it does know, because of having to adhere to the rules of, if you implement this interactable interface, you have to implement all of its methods. So that means whatever we hit, if it implements this interface, we know that it has to have this interact method. So we're never going to get a null reference error or some type of like, hey, this object doesn't actually have an interact method, because if it's implementing the interface, it has to have an interact method. Sorry, that was a lot. I'm sure you computer science people already knew that, but a lot of people might not. So it's also asking for a player reference. Remember, we told it that it has to take in a player reference, and so we're actually in the player class right now, so we can just say self. I'm going to hit compile. Before we forget, now that we have the player done, well, they're not done, but there's a lot of stuff in them. We've got our subtract ammo and our get spare ammo count functions. Let's go back to our WBP underscore main UI. And remember, we had this update spare ammo text. Well, this was relying on the player being able to tell us what its spare ammo count is, but we didn't have that function made yet, and now we do. So we are going to drag off of the player reference, and we're going to say get spare ammo count. And this is simply calling that function that we just made inside the player. It takes an ammo type. We'll pass that in. And then for the ammo amount, we'll just drag that into the text right here, and it will automatically convert that integer to a string for us. We can close this UI now for good. We're not going to be coming back to it. But we do need to go back to our BP shooting range game state, because remember, there was something in here that we needed to wait until the UI was completely finished, and the player, because we're going to be referencing two things. So now that our player and UI are finished, we can come here and we can finish this finish course method. So at the very end, we are going to add a get player character node, index 0. Again, remember there's only one. Return value. We're going to cast to our BP first person character to make sure that our player actually is the type that we think it is. And now I actually want to access that get my UI ref, remember, which is just a reference that the player has to their own user interface. And then from there, I can call our show results screen event, which is on our UI that we made earlier. And it wants to take a final time, and it wants to take a final accuracy. Well, we've got our variables down here. I'm going to control drag out rounded time and control drag out current accuracy. And I'm going to plug rounded time up into final time and current accuracy up into final accuracy. Make sure you hit compile. Let's close the shooting range game state. So we're just back here in our BP first person character, which also I think for right now is finished. So we're ready to move on to the next thing. Let's do our targets. So go to your content drawer, go to your blueprints folder, and we are going to open up this BP underscore target base. And we're going to do our first bit of actual modeling here. So I'm going to make a target. So over here on the left, we have our components that make up this blueprint. And then in the middle, we have like what it actually looks like. So you can right click and use WASD to move around, just like you're in a first person shooter game. You can also hold down right mouse and move your mouse around and kind of look around. So over here in components, I'm going to click add, and I'm going to add a cube. And I'm going to rename it to body. So the cube here, we've got our x-axis, our y-axis, and our z-axis. So x-axis is forward, y is off to the right, and z is up and down. So we want to make this look like a target. So over here in the details panel, when we have our body cube selected, you can see we have location, rotation, and scale. Let's go ahead and set the scale in the X to 0.0254. And let's set the Y scale to 0.45. And the Z scale is going to be 0.6. Now, if you want to make your targets bigger or smaller than this, that's completely up to you. It won't change anything. This is just the size I want to use because these are the official sizes of like competition targets. And for the position, I kind of want the bottom of this to be right there on this grid. So I'm going to set the Z location to 30. So I'll walk through these again. We've got location 0, 0, 30, rotation 0, 0, 0, scale 0.0254, 0.45, and 0.6. Okay, so now I'm just actually going to select the body over here in the components and hit Control D to duplicate it. And I'm going to call this one head. So I'm going to move it up here just to get it out of the way so we can see that there are two separate things here. So for the head, I'm going to set the X scale to still be 0.0254. I want it to be the same thickness. For the Y, I'm going to set it to 0.15, so it's way narrower. And then for the Z, I'm also going to set it to 0.15. And for the location, I'm going to do 0, 0, and let's do 67.5. There we go. That's our target. And again, if you want to make it taller, just go to the body and make the Z bigger. If you want to make it wider, you'll adjust the Y scale. And if you want to make the head bigger, same thing. Y scale will make it wider, Z scale will make it taller. Or if you want to make them thinner or thicker or whatever, then you adjust the X scale. Now, I'm also, after I do this, I'm going to take the head, click on it, and drag it and let go on the body. And now they're both attached. So when you move the body, the head goes with it. Make sure you, if you move it around, hit Control Z so that you move the body back to 0, 0, 30. Okay, so that's it. That's our model for our target. Let's give it some code. So up here at the top, we're going to go to the event graph. And I'm going to get rid of all this stuff for now. And the first thing that I want to do is I want to give this a method that was going to be called anytime that it's actually hit. So we're going to do custom, add custom event. I'm going to call it target hit. I'm going to drag off. I'm going to add a do once node so that this only ever happens maximum of one time. I do not want the players to be able to shoot this over and over and over again and keep getting it count towards targets destroyed. So we also then need to tell the game state that a target's been hit, because remember, that's what actually updates the total rounds fired, total targets hit, and calculates the accuracy. So I'm going to do get game state. I'm going to drag off of the output. We're going to cast to our BP shooting range game state. Connect the output and the input execution pins. And then finally, at the very end, as BP shooting range game state, we're going to drag off of that output pin, and we're going to call the target hit function, not this one, but the target hit function that we made earlier on the game state. Make sure you hit compile. We can actually close the BP target base for now. In fact, we can even close the BP first person character for now. Let's get our blueprints folder open again. And now we are actually going to add an ammo pickup. So I'm going to open up this BP ammo pickup base. Remember, this is the parent of these other two ammo pickup classes. But we're going to do everything in the base so that we don't have to duplicate it to the children, because the children will automatically inherit all of the stuff that we put in base. And the children will just change some variables and the 3D models. So let's open up BP ammo pickup base. I'm not going to give it a model. Let's go to the event graph. And this one, let's get rid of everything in here. And before we do anything, I want to make this pickup implement our interactable interface. So we're going to go to class settings up here at the top. Click it, it'll turn blue. Over on the right, we can see the parent class is actor. This is just some useful information about this. Right here, it says interfaces. And we have inherited interfaces, none, and implemented interface, none. We want to, right here, next to implemented interfaces, we're going to do add, and I'm going to do BPI interactable. You'll see when I do that, over here on the left, we have a new thing added to our blueprint details, or not details, but our blueprint, I don't know, what makes it up. So here we have interface and we have interact. So right click on that and say implement event. Here we go. And it already knows that it has to take a player as an input because that's what we told the interface that it had to do. And what are we going to do whenever this pickup is interacted with is we are going to give the player some ammo. So that means we need a couple variables on this interface. So the variables that we're going to add over here on the side under variables, I'm going to add one called ammo type, and I'm going to set that to, again, our ammo type enumeration. And then I'm also going to add a round count variable, and this is going to be an integer, and it's going to represent how many rounds this actual pickup has in it. So we're already getting a player reference of the player that's trying to interact with the pickup or trying to pick it up. So we can immediately call their add ammo function that we made earlier, and it wants to know how much ammo are you picking up and what type. So we can drag out our ammo type and our round count variables that we just made and simply plug those up. I also want it to play a little sound when this is picked up. So we're going to drag off of the output execution pin of add ammo, and I'm going to do play sound at location. There's a few different options. This is the one we want, play sound at location. It's asking me what sound. So ammo pickup is what I named it. It had some crazy name at first in the downloads folder, and I just changed it to ammo pickup. So go ahead and look for that, whatever yours is called. I'd recommend renaming it. And you can just rename it right in our content folder. Go to audio. You can see them right here. Just rename them to whatever you want them to be. You can hit the play button here to actually play those audio clips as well. And the location that I want to play this at is where our this ammo pickup is. So I can simply add a new node here, get actor location. The actor is self, it's the ammo pickup itself, and whatever its world location is what this is going to return, and then that's where we want to spawn our sound. And last but not least, after we have picked up our pickup, we want to destroy it so it can't be picked up again. So we're going to add one last node. That is this destroy actor node. And what's it destroying? It's destroying itself. Go ahead and hit compile. And just, it makes sense to do this now so we don't forget it later. And one thing to mention is that these weapon base and let me go to the blueprints folder, like our target base and our ammo pickup base and our weapon base, we're not actually going to be putting the bases into the world. We're going to be putting the children into the world, and you'll see why for a second. So let's go ahead and do this BP underscore ammo pickup 556. I'm going to open that up. So you can see if we have class default selected, or class settings, over on the right, you can see that the parent class is BP ammo pickup base. So everything that we just did in this BP ammo pickup base is also here. So for instance, look, it says over here, interfaces, inherited interfaces, BPI interactable. So it's inheriting, implementing this interface from its parent class of that ammo pickup base. So why do we have children? I'll show you why. So what we can do now with this child is we can go to our Assetville town folder, go to meshes, go to weapons, and we have a bunch of 3D models here. I'm going to use this sm underscore ammo underscore box underscore 1 and just drag it out like that. And there we go. I want the bottom of it to be this grid as best I can. And the reason why is just so it counts that as like the bottom of the object. You can see it's a little on the ground right there. So my value is, I put it to 5. So if you don't want to do what I just did, the location that I think looks pretty good is 0, 0, 5. Now, I'm going to go to, let's look at the event graph really quick. So here's what the event graph looks like. Remember, we're not doing any of these, so we can delete those. We do need to implement this interact. So we do have to right click on interact and say implement event, but I don't want this child to have different behavior than the parent. So one really cool thing about parents and children is that if I wanted to, I could make this interact have completely different behavior than the parent, but I don't. Here's the parent. I want it to do this exact same thing. The only difference is that this is going to have its own unique ammo type and its unique round count. So I'm going to right click on the event interact and I'm going to say add call to parent function and hook those up. And what that's going to do is the interact event on this BP ammo pickup 556, literally all it's going to do is just tell the parent to run its interact thing, and the child's going to do the exact same thing that the parent does. We do need to change something though. Click on class defaults, and over here in the details, you can see it's asking us, hey, what's the ammo type? Well, it's not 45 ACP, it's 5.56. And for the round count, let's say there are, I don't know, 90 rounds in this box of ammo. Hit compile. We can close that. Let's go back to our blueprints folder and let's do the same for this 45. We're going to double click on the BP ammo pickup 45. Let's go back to our Assetville town, meshes, weapons, and this ammo box 02 looks like pistol ammo. So I'm going to drag that up here and let's click on the pistol ammo and let's see if the same position looks good for this one too. 0, 0, 5. That looks good to me. We're going to go to the event graph. We can delete all this stuff. You don't have to. Over on the left, right click interact, implement event. Right click on that, add call to parent function. Connect those two together. We're going to go to class defaults up at the top. The ammo type is 45 ACP. And for the round count for this one, let's do 28. And hit compile. And then we can shut that. So, and we can shut this BP ammo pickup base. So now, if we go back to our blueprints folder, we can, out in the world, so I'm going to do something really quick. Let's go to the Assetville town. Let's go to meshes. So meshes are, again, it just means 3D models. And I'm going to go to interior props, house, and I'm just looking for a table right now. Here we go. SM_table_1. Also, this little controller flag thing, this is where when we hit play, the player is going to spawn. So like if I hit play right now, we spawn right there. I can move around. I can jump up on the table, right? Hit escape to stop playing. What I want to do is I want to go to our blueprints folder and I want to drag out our BP ammo 556 and put it on the table, and then do the same thing with our BP ammo pickup 45. And you can see there we have some ammo on the table. So I'm going to hit play, and I think we can check to see if this actually works. So I'm going to aim at the ammo and hit E, and you can see it played the sound and it picked it up, and I can pick up that ammo as well. So our ammo pickups are working. We haven't picked up a weapon yet, so we can't actually see if the UI actually did anything, but our ammo pickups are working. So I'm just going to leave those in the world there. And the next thing that I want to do is we actually want to implement the player being able to pick up weapons. And we'll do that first. We'll test it out, and then we'll do, I think we'll do shooting. No, we'll do reloading first, and then we'll do shooting. So, okay. So now we're going to pick up weapons. So go to the content drawer, and this time we are going to open this BP_weapon base. Again, we're going to use children for the models. This base is not any particular weapon, it's just a weapon. So all I'm going to do, I'm just going to jump straight to the event graph. I'm going to get rid of all of this for now. We might add some back, but I like to add it myself. Over here, we're going to add quite a few variables. So we're going to add an ammo type. The data type, I'm sure you can guess what it is by now, is ammo types. We're going to add a mag capacity, which is going to be an integer, which is the maximum amount of rounds that this weapon can hold. We're going to do rounds in mag, which is the current number of rounds in the magazine that's loaded into it. That's an integer as well. We're going to do reload time. I'm going to make that a float. We're going to do is reloading, and that is going to be a Boolean. We are going to do player ref, and that is going to be a BP first person character object reference. We're going to do a rotation offset, and this is going to be a rotator. We're going to do a location offset. This is going to be a vector. And we're going to allow this weapon to have its own unique sounds in case you want to download different sounds for different weapons. I'll show you how to do that. So we'll just do reload sound as one, and the type is going to be just search for sound, and it's this one here, sound base object reference. And then finally our fire sound. This will allow our weapons to easily be configurable. In the children, all we have to do, all the logic is going to be exactly the same, and we can just change these variables, and our weapons will have different ammo types, magazine capacities, reload speeds, sounds, and everything. And if you wanted a weapon to shoot differently, we could even override the behavior that the parent has so that the weapon did something unique. So for instance, if our weapon base just shoots out a straight line for a bullet, if we had a shotgun, we could instead make it shoot out a spread, but all the reloading and everything else would work exactly the same as the parent, and we wouldn't have to be writing things over and over and over again. So I'm going to go ahead and hit compile. All right, so the first thing I want to do is I want this weapon to know about what player is holding it. That's why we have this player ref. So let's make a function. So over here on the left, we're going to click function, and I'm going to call this one get player info. And it's going to return, so an output is going to be owning player. And that is going to be a BP_ first person character object reference. So what this function, what I want it to do is basically, we're going to have all the logic in here to find out who is holding this weapon, and then make sure that that is what actually gets saved as our player reference. And I'm also going to make this take as an input a player. So the first thing I want to do is I want to check, I want to do get has weapon. I want to see if the player already is holding a weapon, because if they are already holding a weapon, I don't want them to be able to pick up another weapon. I'm not going to be showing carrying multiple weapons and switching between them in this tutorial, although after everything you've seen, by the end of the tutorial, you should know everything you need to know to do that by yourself. So we're going to make a branch, make sure we connect those up. And again, does the player already have a weapon? If they do, so if it's true, we don't want to do anything. If it's false though, then we want to continue. So if it's false, I'm going to drag off of the player, and I'm going to do set has weapon. And we're going to set that to true because he didn't have a weapon. And now we are making sure that we set it to true so that he does have a weapon. So if we try to pick up another weapon, again, this same stuff's going to run and it won't let the player pick up another weapon. Then what I'm going to do here is I am going to get this player again. And remember, our player had a variable for the reference to the weapon. So I'm going to do set weapon ref. That's what we called it. And it's asking, okay, what's the weapon? Well, we're in the weapon class right now, so the weapon is just self. This weapon is going to tell the player, hey, I am your weapon reference that you are going to save as a variable. Then, just to be extra safe, I'm going to have a do once so that this weapon can't be, I don't know, picked up, and then when the player's holding it, they like interact and their raycast like accidentally hits this and it tries to pick up the weapon again. So I'm just going to make it so all of this can only happen one time. And I'm going to put that to complete. And then here it's asking, okay, who's the owning player? Well, our owning player is going to be the one that picked it up, assuming everything else works out well. So here's our code for the get player info. Make sure you hit compile. We don't have to hit compile now. I do it after every new function I make just to make sure I don't lose stuff, but you definitely don't have to. I'm going to hit compile. I'm going to close get player info. And now here we are back at the event graph. Now we are going to initialize the player's user interface, which we haven't done yet. I'm going to do this in functions. I'm going to keep doing them in functions instead of events, just to show you that, you can kind of use both. Also, the reason I'm making all these functions is because the weapon graph here is going to get really messy really fast, and I don't want there to be events all over the place. So I'm making functions that can just be dragged in easily. So we're going to make a new function. I'm going to call it initialize UI. It's going to take a player as an input. So player, it's going to be this BP first person player. Make sure that's what it is. And immediately it is going to set that player to be our player ref. Then we're going to access the UI reference for the player. Or should I say access their reference to their own UI. And then from there, we can call our update current weapon ammo text event that's on our UI. And it's asking how much is in the magazine. So we'll drag in get mag capacity and connect that up there. And then at the end, I wanted to also update how much spare ammo they have. So I can drag off of here, add a reroute node, drag off of that, and we're going to do update spare ammo text. So we're updating the ammo currently in the weapon, and then we're updating the ammo that the player has extra. And the ammo type that we're interested in is the ammo type of the current weapon that the player has equipped. I want to add another function that will actually place the weapon from its location in the world when the player picks it up to actually being placed in their hand. So let's do another function. I'm going to call this one apply position offset. And we're going to add a set actor relative transform. So what this is going to do is it's basically going to use the location that an actor is already at, and then it's going to give it a relative. It's basically just moving it in relative space, so not world space, but in the reference frame that it's currently in. So for instance, our weapon is going to be on the player, kind of like locked with them and moving with them. But not every weapon is going to be immediately positioned perfectly fine. And by applying a rotation and a location offset, we can make sure that our weapon is actually looks okay. So let's bring in rotation offset. Let's bring in location offset. I'm going to do a make transform. So we're just making a brand new transform object, which is orange, which includes a location, a rotation, and a scale. We're just going to keep the scale or 111, and we'll plug that up there. And that's it for our apply position offset. I'm going to go back to our event graph, and now I want to make the weapon implement our BPI interactable. So I'm going to go to class settings, over here, interfaces, implemented interfaces, add BPI interactable. Again, remember over on the left here, if it might be inside this, you have to expand it. Interfaces, we have our interact. I'm going to right click on it and say implement event. Now, this is what's going to be called when the player first tries to interact with the gun. So all of our logic that has to do with checking if they can even pick it up, moving it to their hands, positioning it correctly, setting our player references, updating the UI, that all is going to happen here with event interact. And now you'll see why I made all these functions instead of putting it all out here on the graph. So instead of doing all the code for get player info, I can just drag in that get player info function we made and just connect it up, instead of putting all of this crap right there on the event graph immediately. It's all condensed into this one nice little function. Same thing after that. We can call our initialize UI. And then now is when we are going to take the weapon and attach it into the player's hand. So we're going to do attach component to component. And I actually am going to give this base class its own 3D model. So I'm going to go back to the viewport. I'm going to go to asset build town, meshes, weapons, and I'm going to bring in this SM rifle _1 and just put it right there. And we're going to go back to the event graph, and the thing that I want to attach to the player's hand is this SM rifle 1. Make sure these are connected up like that. And the parent is actually going to be the player's mesh. So like the player, not the player's class, but the player's like actual 3D model. So I'm going to find player ref. We're going to get our player ref. I'm going to get first person mesh, which is just going to return that 3D mesh. And then that is what's going to get plugged in as the parent, because that's what we actually want to connect this to. Now, here we have socket name. I'm going to call it grip point. Now, you don't have to follow along with what I'm going to do next. I just want to show you what this does. Our player has these arms. Like that's what our skeletal mesh is. So if we look at the arms, you can see this is basically all of our player's 3D model. It's just arms. You can see over here, it's listing all of the bones. And right now, if we go to the skeleton, you can see every single bone that makes up the skeleton over here. Well, there should be one. Yeah, so look, there's one here that's called grip point, and it's right there in their hand. So what we're doing is we're snapping our weapon to that like bone, which is actually a special bone called a socket. And we're doing that by saying right here, socket name, grip point. So for the location, I want to snap it to the target. For the rotation, I want to snap it to the target. And for the scale rule, I also want to snap it to the target. Now after that, we have an animation blueprint on our player as well that handles like kind of breathing and the arms moving and the recoil of the gun and stuff like that. So we need to access that, and we can access it from the first person mesh. We'll do get anim instance, which is just an instance of the animation class that's on that particular first person mesh. Let's cast it. So this is the name of the animation blueprint that we have on our player. And again, I'll open that up really quickly and just show you what this looks like. So we'll go here. So here it is. This is our animation blueprint for the player and all of the logic that handles how they move. So we're checking to see if we own him. We're running through this sequence. checking to see if they're in air, yes or no, and setting that, checking to see if they're moving, and then setting that. And then we're going to go into the animation graph, and you can see we have all these different state machines, and which has different, use base animations, use rifle animations. So once we pick up the rifle, it'll switch to this one. And we have all these different poses that we're doing and all these different state machines switching between all of the different states that our player can go through. So that's what we're referencing when we say anim blueprint. So we're checking to see if it is that specific one. Now that specific animation blueprint has a variable in it called has rifle. And basically when that gets flipped to true, the state machines in their transitions, this is a rule that they have that when they see this flip to true, it transitions from the normal player animations to the player animations where they are holding a weapon. Now, I want to adjust the actual position of the weapon. So I'm going to drag off of this, and I'm going to do apply position offset. Remember, that's the function that we made. I now want to make sure that we can enable input on this weapon so that when the player picks this up, this weapon can actually start listening to input from the player. So I'm going to bring in a player reference from our variable list. I'm going to get the controller, because remember, all the input's actually on the controller that owns the player pawn. We're going to cast that to the first person controller to make sure, again, that it's what we think it is. And then as that first person controller, we're going to call this get enhanced input local player subsystem. You could just add in here, like, if you press R, something happens, but this is the right way to do it. And we're going to use an isValid node with the question mark, which is just checking to make sure that this actually exists. Because if it doesn't exist and we try to call a bunch of logic on it, it might throw an error and crash our game. So we're going to make sure that it actually exists first. If it does, we are then going to add a mapping context. And remember, that's what we were editing earlier, where we were setting what input actions were associated with which mapping context and what buttons were set up with them. So the mapping context we want for the weapon is the IMC_weapons. Remember, our player was using IMC_default. So IMC_weapons. Then we are going to get the player controller again, and we're going to enable input. And what this does is it's saying that, hey, for this specific, and notice it hooked it up to target, we actually want it to go there. So I'm going to hold down hold down Control, click, and we can reconnect that there. This is basically saying, okay, after we do all that stuff, this part is what actually starts listening for input. This is what sets up the fact that this weapon can use these inputs. This is actually going to listen to it. We're finding the player controller and we're saying, hey, let this class hear and respond to input from the player controller, from this player controller. And for now, I'm just going to compile. Let's really quickly make a first child of this. Now notice all we can do right now is pick it up. There's nothing else, but I would like to test this out first. Notice we've also written the code that when it gets picked up, our UI turns on and it grabs all of our ammo data and stuff. So I think this would be a good point to actually check and make sure everything's working up until this point. So let's go to our content drawer. Let's go back to our blueprints folder. And I'm going to open up the BP weapon AR-15. There it is. And over on the right, you can see we have these default settings. So I'm going to set the ammo type to 5.56. I'm going to set the mag capacity to 30. I'm going to set rounds in mag to 0 so that it starts unloaded. And I'm going to set reload time to like 4.5 seconds. Now, the rotation offsets and stuff like these, I'm not going to change those right now, and I'll show you what happens if you don't change those, and then we'll change them. So here it's asking for the reload and the fire sound. So I can hit this little drop down right here. And remember, I renamed mine. You might not have renamed your audio files. So reload. And I think I called this one, yeah, single gun shot. There we go. So those are the sounds for this particular weapon. And I need to make sure that I go to event graph. And I need to actually implement this interface. So right click on interact interface on the left, implement, and then we're just going to have it do exactly what the parent does. So we're going to right click on the event interact, add call to parent function, and link both of those up like that, and hit compile. Let's see if this works. So I'm going to go back to my map. Let's grab this BP weapon AR-15, put it in the world. I'm going to switch the rotation tool up here. The hotkeys to switch between select, move, rotation, and scale are Q, W, E, and R. So I'm going to hit E or click on the little button up there. Rotate this around. I want it to look a little nicer. I'm going to raise it off the table a little bit so it's not clipping through it. Looks good enough. And then just kind of position it so it's a little more on the table. There we go. Okay, let's hit play and let's see if we can actually pick that up. So I'm going to come over and hit E. Okay, I did pick it up. Our UI turned on, but you can see why that offset's important. So I'm going to hit Shift F1. You don't have to do this to unlock my mouse cursor. Up here at the top next to this stop button, I'm going to click this little ejection symbol. And now the game doesn't stop, but I can move around. So you see, it did snap the root of our gun, which is kind of like the center of it basically, to our player's hand, but the rotation's wrong, and also it's not on the grip. Now, if we made this gun with a bone in the grip and gave it a socket, if we made a socket on this mesh on the grip, we could line it up better, but that's what the rotation and location offsets are for. Also, another thing is that right now, our player is colliding with the rifle. Like, I can't walk backwards right now because the rifle's like, I'm hitting it. So we need to fix that. It's easy. We can go to the BP weapon base. We can click on our 3D model over here. So SM rifle in details on the right. Right here, we have this collision presets under the collision tabs. So you can see right now it's blocking the movement of everything. So we can set it to custom, have it block everything except the player pawn, which it will ignore. So I'm just going to test that really quick. Go back in here, pick up the rifle, and now I can move around. I'm not bumping into my own rifle. Basically what we were doing there is we told it that, hey, this 3D model, which has a collider on it, we do not want it to collide with anything that is a pawn, which our player is a pawn. So now it just doesn't even detect the collisions and it will ignore them completely. So PP weapon AR-15. Okay, now you'll notice that this the weapon here is already set up to that collision preset because it's the same object from the parent, this SM rifle. But if we go to class defaults, you can see we need to put in the rotation location, and these are going to be specific per weapon model. So that's why I didn't want to put them in the base. I want to put them in a specific weapon. So -4, 0, -4, 90, and then 0.8, 19, and -1.5. Let's go ahead and hit compile. And now let's go back to the weapon base really quick. Something that I want to change first is I want to take this SM_rifle_1 in the components and drag and drop it on top of this default scene root like that. And so now the rifle itself is the scene root. You don't really need to worry that much about what that means, but that is an important step when we're doing the set relative offsets. Otherwise, it's setting the relative offset of the rifle from the root, and we want to set the relative offset of the rifle from the player. So that's why we did that. So now if we play, we should be able to just pick this up, and then there we go. You can see that now it is more or less in the right spot. And this is how I did it. If you want to, you can absolutely go in there and modify the parameters for the rotation and the location offsets. And if maybe you can get it to look even better than that. So that's the rifle. We've picked it up now, and it looks pretty good. You can see that we started with 30 rounds in our inventory, which I could have swore I said start with 0, but we'll check that in a second. Here's the rifle ammo. I can hit E to pick it up. And notice it didn't actually update our UI down in the bottom right. And I think I actually know why that is. And there's one thing I noticed that I did wrong before we go any further. If we go, let's go back to the BP weapon base. Let's go inside this initialize UI function. You can double click on it here, or you can double click on it over here on the left. So right here, we should be updating how much ammo is currently in the weapon, and I accidentally dragged out mag capacity, which is the maximum that it can hold. I don't want to do that. I want it to be rounds in mag, like that, and then hit compile. And finally, the last thing that we need to do before we forget to do it is we need to open our BP first-person character back up. So I'm just going to search for him. BP first-person character right here. Remember, we had some logic here that we couldn't finish until the weapon was made, which it is made now, which is that we need to check to make sure to see if the ammo type that we're picking up matches the ammo type of the weapon that we're holding. And if it does, then we are going to run it through this branch over here, and that will make it show up. Otherwise, it's not going to show up. And right now it's forced to be set to true, which is not what we want. So I'm going to drag off of our weapon reference. And now it actually has an ammo type, so we can do get ammo type. I'm going to drag off of that, and I'm going to say equal enum. And so again, I can hold control to move that to the bottom one, and I'll grab the ammo type over here from the add ammo entrance to this event. And so now we're comparing to see if the ammo type that we've picked up matches the ammo type in the gun that we're holding. And then if it does, then we will actually update the UI right here. And if it's not, then we still pick up the ammo, we just won't update the UI. So go ahead and hit compile. I'm going to hit Control, Shift, and S just to save everything just in case. And let's jump back to the main map. Now, so we have our BP weapon AR-15 out here. Make sure it is the BP weapon AR-15 and not a BP weapon base. And we just want to make sure everything's set. So in BP weapon AR-15, in the class defaults up at the top, it should have ammo type 5.56. And I'm also going to go back and just double check in my BP ammo pickup 556 that the ammo type is also 556, and it should have 90 rounds in it. So I'm going to hit play. I'm going to pick up my rifle. All right, our UI's there. And then I'm going to try to pick up the ammo, place the sound, and you can see in the bottom right now it's saying that this rifle has 0 rounds currently loaded into it, but we have 90 rounds extra. I'm going to check really quick and just make sure that it doesn't update if I pick up the pistol rounds. So if I pick up the rifle first and then pick up the pistol rounds, then it won't do anything. So that is working properly. So we can now pick up our weapon, we can pick up ammo, and it updates the UI, and it only updates if we pick up ammo that is relative and matches the weapon that we are equipped. So before we actually add shooting and reloading, let's go ahead and really quickly just add a second weapon type and make sure that it works with this other type of ammo. So first, I'm just going to, again, just double check and make sure that our BP ammo pickup 45 over here in class defaults, the ammo type is 45 ACP, which it is. So we already made it, remember at the beginning, our BP underscore weapon 45. Let's open it up. And all we're going to do is we're going to click on this SM underscore rifle 1, which remember is just the name of this 3D model. but it's actually the name of what we're going to refer to it as. It's not the model itself. So if you select it, and then over on the right here, you can see where it says in the details panel, static mesh, and it's using that rifle. But what if we set it to use this pistol? So it keeps the same name up here, but now the 3D model has changed. So in class defaults, let's go ahead and set this weapon up. On the right, ammo type, we're going to do 45 ACP. Let's put 7 for a magazine capacity, 0 rounds in the mag. Let's do a reload speed of like 3 seconds. I know that's kind of slow, but that should be good for now. And for the rotation offset, let's do 7, 15, 71. And then for location, 6, 43, 11. And by the way, I found these just by playing around and moving the weapon around until it looked good. So I just didn't want to show that because it took a long time to figure it out. But if you want to change it, or if you add weapons in this Assetville Town Pack, in the meshes, there's swords, there's a saw, there's an AK-47, there's a shotgun, there's a bolt-action sniper rifle, an Uzi. There's a bunch of stuff in here, so you can definitely change it if you want to. And like I said, it was just trial and error. So now that I've got set up, I'm going to hit compile. Let's go back to our main map. Let's go to our blueprint folder. Let's drag in our BP weapon 45. Now I'm going to pick that up, pick this up, and cool. We can see that now it has updated our ammo. And if we pick up this ammo, it won't show, and we can't pick up the rifle because we're already holding a weapon. And of course, there's an error. Let's see what that was from. Okay, so I can see where this error is happening. So what's happening, let's go back to our BP weapon base. So you can see here, we have these two things. So the first thing that happens, remember, is it does get player info. Well, player info first checks to see if the player already has a weapon. If they do, it just does nothing, which means it never even makes it like to the end of this. If it does, then it will, set it and then make it to the end where it's passing the player that tried to pick it up to the return node. And the issue comes with right here next, we try to initialize the UI with the player that this get player info returns. But remember, if the player already has a weapon, we're not returning anything at all. So it's trying to initialize the UI because even if the player had a weapon, it still goes through all of this. I mean, it never makes it to here, but it doesn't just stop right here. It then goes on to initialize UI, and our player doesn't exist, and then so we throw the error. So what we need to do is make sure that if they did have a weapon, that it lets it know that they had a weapon, so that it kind of basically right here stops and does not keep going, because continuing to go is what calls initialize UI and then actually snaps the weapon to the player and does all this other stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back into get player info. For the return node, I'm going to give it a new output, which is called weapon picked up. It's going to be a Boolean. And I'm going to change some stuff around in here. So what I want to happen is first I want to get this has weapon, and I want to right click and promote to local variable. And I'm just going to call this has weapon local. And I'm just going to go straight to that. No matter what this is, true or false, we are going to make sure we set the value of this local variable to just match that. Then I'm going to plug that into our branch. And so now we're checking to see if our local has weapon, which remember matches has weapon on the player. If it's true, then what we want to do is we need to, this like weapon picked up, we want this to be false. We want this return node to tell the remainder of the code that comes after it, like, no, we did not pick up a weapon. So if it's true, I am going to set has weapon local to false, which is just all that is right there. However, if they don't have a weapon, then I'm going to set has weapon to true. And remember, that's on the player. What I want to do immediately after that is I want to set our local one as well. So I want our local one to also match that, which is true. Then we can continue on. And what's going to happen now is it's going to get to the end here and it's going to output. Let's grab another. Let's do get. And then we'll plug that in. So this is going to be the most up-to-date version regardless of which ways all this stuff goes through. And we can hook that up to right there as well. So after it does this, it's then going to grab has weapon local and then move on. Or after it goes down this way, has weapon local is going to be true. And so it's going to tell it, hey, yeah, you did pick up a weapon. So I'm going to hit compile. Let's go back. And then all we have to do right here is we're going to add in a branch, plug that in. And then so if it's true that they did pick up a weapon, they can move on. If it's false, it should just stop right there. Let's hit compile. Let's jump back in and let's test it out. So now I can't pick up the rifle, which was the same as before, but let's see if we get errors now. So now there's no errors. So we have fixed that problem. Now let's go ahead and make it so that we can actually reload our weapons because we've proved that we can pick them up and we can pick up the ammo and it knows which ammo type goes with the weapon that we have equipped, but we can't actually load any of our rounds into our weapon. So let's do that next. Let's go back to BP weapon base. And let's go ahead and add a few functions that we're going to use in our reloading logic. So the first thing I'm going to do is come over here. We're going to make a new function. And I'm going to call this one can fire. So what I want this to do is just basically return a true or false on if the player is currently allowed to fire yet. We're doing reloading first, but let's just get these out of the way. So we already have this is reloading, so we're going to drag this out, and we're going to say if they're not reloading, so we're going to drag off of that, do this not Boolean node, and then we're going to do an and Boolean. So that means if this top thing is true, and then for the bottom, we're going to do rounds in mag, and we're going to check to make sure that you actually can reload. So we're going to do is greater than or equal to 1. We'll plug that in. And then for our return node, we're going to have an output, and it's going to be called, I'm just going to do result. And then we'll plug that up there just like that. So what this is saying is it's basically going to say, is the opposite of this true? So basically this is like saying if we're not reloading, if that's true, and if the rounds in the magazine is greater than or equal to 1, we're going to output true, which means that we can actually fire. I'm also going to go ahead and make this pure. And if you forgot what that means, it means that, here, I'll show you. So let's drag out that can fire. So here's the function that we just made. You can see it's got these execution pins. So it's part of the logic flow, but this doesn't actually need to be part of the logic flow. It literally just needs to return a result to us. So we can open it up here, and over here on the right, we're going to check this little checkbox that says pure. I'm going to hit compile. Now we can go back here to the event graph, and now it's just this tiny little node with that we can just call at any time that we don't have to connect execution pins to, and it's just going to return the result out that we want. So the next thing I want to do is for our shooting, I actually want to write another function. So we're going to make another function. And what I want this one to do is calculate where our bullet is going to start and where the bullet is going to end. So I'm going to call this calculate bullet start and end position. So this is going to have two outputs. So before I do anything else, I'm going to go over here, add outputs. So this first one is going to be called start position, and I'm going to make sure it is a vector. And then the other one is also going to be a vector, and this one's going to be called end position. And now I am going to get our player reference. So here's our player reference. And the start position is going to be basically where the player's camera is. We're actually just going to do raycast or line trace or hit scan shooting, as they call it. We're not actually going to fire a physical projectile. So just like we did with the interact line trace, we are going to want to shoot this out of the center of the camera. So player ref, let's go ahead and access the first person camera that's on the player. And if you remember the logic from before, we need to get the world location. And that's pretty simple. That is going to be our start position, where we start firing from. But we also need to tell it where the bullet is going to end up, or where it's traveling to, I should say. So from our first person camera, we're going to get forward vector. This is just the same like we did before. It's just going to get the direction that the camera's facing. We also want to, I'm going to add a input here to calculate bullet. And I'm going to do, let's just say max bullet range. And I'm going to make this a float. So now we have some options on how far we want the range of this weapon to be. So out of forward vector, we're going to do just like we did before. First, we're going to multiply, and we're going to multiply it by a float, which will turn this direction vector into a vector that has direction and distance. So we'll hook that up like that. And then finally, the end position of our bullet is going to be where it started plus going in a certain direction for a certain distance, and then whatever the result of that is the new location where our bullet is going to end. So we are going to drag off of get world location. I'm going to add a plus or an add node or addition node and connect those together, and then that is going to be our end position, just like that. So that is our calculate bullet start and end position. The next thing I'm going to do, we can also go ahead and make this pure as well. So click over here, checkbox, make that pure. The next thing that I want to make is we're going to check to see if the player actually can even reload. So I'm going to make a new function. I'm going to call this one is reloading possible. And this one is just going to output a Boolean that tells us yes or no, true or false, can the player actually reload at this moment. So it's going to return, I'm just going to call it result. It's going to be a Boolean. And there's a few conditions that are going to have to happen that makes is reloading actually possible. So the first thing we want to check is the magazine actually full? So we're going to say get rounds in magazine, and we're also going to want to bring out the magazine capacity, and we're going to check first to see if the rounds in the magazine is actually less than the magazine capacity. If it's not, it means we can't reload because our magazine is already full. So we're going to use the less than node here and connect those up. And I also want to check and make sure that the player even has some ammo. So for is reloading possible, I'm going to give it an input, and we're going to say player's ammo count. And that is going to be an integer. And of course, if the player doesn't have any ammo, they can't reload. So let's drag out here, and we're going to check to make sure that that is greater than or equal to 1. And both of these things need to be true. So we're going to bring in an and Boolean, connect those up, And then this is only going to return true if both of these are true. If one of these are false, this is going to output false. So here is our finished is reloading possible. And again, let's just make this pure. So over on the right, check the box, make that one pure. Now, the next one that I want to do is I want to write a function that is going to tell the player how many rounds are needed to fill the magazine back to maximum when they're reloading. So we're going to add a new function. I'm going to call this one get rounds needed to fill mag. This one can also be pure, so I'm just going to do that right now, make it pure. And it's going to have one output and no inputs, and the output is going to be an integer, and it's going to be the amount of rounds needed to completely fill the magazine during a reload. So we are going to need to get the mag capacity. We're also going to need to be able to get the rounds in mag. We need both of those out here, so we're going to drag those out. And simply the capacity of the magazine minus the rounds in the mag is going to tell us how many we need to fill it up. Just connect like that. That one was pretty simple. So the next thing that we need to do is I want to make a function that actually handles the reload. However, for this one, I can't use a function because I actually want to put a delay inside the function so that you start reloading, it waits and does nothing for the actual reload time variable, and then it finishes reloading. So functions can't have delays. So you'll see right now, like if I try to add a delay, that node doesn't even show up inside the function. But there's another thing that are basically exactly the same thing as functions, more or less, and they're called macros. And macros actually can have delays in them. So we're going to make a new macro. So over here on macros, I'm going to click this little plus button, and we're going to call this one reload. This is going to handle everything once the player actually starts the actual physical reloading. So we're going to play the sound, we're going to do the delay, we're going to set is reloading to true, we're going to wait, and then we're going to set it to false so that they can start firing again. So the first thing I want to do is we're going to need to get a reference to our player, and we need to get the location of the player because that's where we need to actually play the reload sound. So let's do get actor location, and then we're going to do play sound at location. And it's asking us what sound do we actually want to play. And we are going to play our reload sound. So over here, remember we have our variable, get reload sound, and we're going to plug that in right there. After we play the reload sound, we are going to add a delay. And so I'm going to add a delay in right here. It's asking for the duration. Well, the duration is going to be our reload time. So let's bring out our reload time variable, get that, plug that into there. And our macro, I'm going to make one input, and our input is going to be rounds added to mag. And the other thing that we want to do is take this number and we want to add it to the rounds that we actually have. So we're going to get the current rounds in the magazine with our variable, and we are just going to use an addition node, and we're going to add these two together. So we're going to add together what the rounds are right now with how many rounds we're adding to it. And then after our delay here, after our reload time is finished, we are going to set is reloading to false. And one thing that I kind of forgot to do is before we start reloading and before the sound plays, I'm going to set is reloading to true. and then we'll plug that in. So the first thing that's going to happen is reloading is true, which means we're not going to be able to fire. We're not going to be able to reload while we're reloading. We're going to play the sound. It's going to wait for our reload time. And then we are going to set is reloading to false. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to make sure that the new amount of rounds in magazine, so we're going to set that, is going to match whatever the result of adding the previous amount of rounds and how many we're adding together. That is going to be how many are in the magazine right now. And at the very end, what I want to do is I want to update the UI with our new round count. So we know we're going to need a reference to the player. We've got one over here already, but I'm going to drag on another one just so we're not crisscrossing the wires here. We want to get the my UI ref because the event that we want to call is on their UI reference, and we're going to call our update current weapon ammo text, just like that. Connect those together, and it's asking what we should update it with, and so we're just going to take this new value right here, and we're going to drag that right into there. The last thing that I want to do in this macro, you'll notice that right now, there's actually not any execution input to this macro. I do want this one to have an execution input. And unlike the functions, where it starts off by default having an input, so like if we look at a function, you can see that it by default has this input, even though we can set it to pure so that in our graph it doesn't have an input. Macros don't start with any input at all by default. So I'll show you really quick what this would look like if we just dragged our macro out. That's it. It just looks like this. I want it to actually have an execution pin. So we're going to click on the input node or the output node over here, or we can click on the name of the macro over here in our list of macros. And I'm actually going to add a new input. I'm going to drag it above that one, although it doesn't really matter. And I'm just going to call this one execute. So we are telling it that we definitely do want it to take in an execution pin because this is going to be part of our logic flow. And that is going to connect right up to our set reloading to true. So walk through here, set reloading to true. We're going to get the actor's location, play the reloading sound. We're going to add together the new rounds that we're adding in plus the rounds that were already there. We're going to play our delay. We're going to set is reloading to false after our reload time is finished. We're going to update the rounds in magazine to be the result of this addition. And then we are going to call update current weapon ammo text on the player's user interface. And finally, let's hit compile. Let's jump back to our event graph, and let's actually add our event for the reload itself. So I am going to make a new custom event. It's going to be called attempt reload because we already have a macro that's called reload. And again, this is just the player trying to reload. It doesn't mean that they're actually allowed to reload. So because we just made all these functions, we have a lot of things that we're going to use in here that are going to make it easier and way more tidy because we can just bring in one node instead of writing all the logic right here and having a massive event graph, sort of like what we have up here. So the first thing that we need to do during reloading is we need to check to see if the player is currently reloading or not. So we're going to drag out a reference and get is reloading. So we don't really care. We want to make sure that they're not reloading. So we're going to do a not Boolean. We're going to plug that into a branch. We're going to connect those up. And again, remember, this just reverses the value. So if is reloading is false, this is going to flip it to true, and that's what's going to get plugged in. If this is true, it's going to flip it to false, and then that's what's going to get plugged into this branch. So basically, if it is true that they are not reloading, is one way you can think about it, then we know we can continue on with the reload. So I'm going to do another branch here. And what I want to do is I want to then check, like, well, do they even have any ammo? So I'm going to bring out our player ref. And remember, we had a method on there called get spare ammo count. So we're going to get spare ammo count, and it's asking us what is the ammo type. So we need to get the ammo type for this particular weapon. We'll drag that in there. And then let's say, so if they already have the ammo, if that's true or false. If they don't have the ammo, well, then we know that they can't reload because they don't have any of this ammo in their spare ammo count. So if they do, that means that they can reload. And then after we have ammo amount here, I'm going to drag off of that. And then we're going to call our is reloading possible. And remember, so we've gotten our ammo count. If this is true, that means that this ammo amount is above 1 at least. But then the is reloading possible, remember, is going to check if the magazine actually isn't already full. So that's why we need that extra method right here. So if that's true, the fact that we do have ammo, then we're going to do another branch. We're going to plug that in. And if the result of this is true, which means that our magazine is not already full, now finally we know that we can actually reload. And so the first thing I want to do, now that we know reloading is definitely going to happen, I'm going to drag out a reference to our player again. I'm going to call their subtract ammo method. And remember, that is on them. We made that earlier. We're going to say true. And then we want to subtract. Well, how much do we want to subtract? That's where we're going to call our get rounds needed to fill mag. And what ammo type are we subtracting? Again, let's just get the ammo type for this weapon from the variables. And then finally, after all this has happened, remember, subtract ammo is what's actually going to check how many we have. So if this get rounds needed to fill mag is like 20, but the player only has 5 bullets, then it's going to ask for 20, but then the output here is going to be how many actually got taken out of the player's inventory. So the very next thing I want to do after subtract ammo is I want to call my reload macro. So utilities, and then it's this one with the M next to it that says reload. And it's asking how many rounds do we actually are we loading in, and it'll just be the result of the subtract ammo, which, like I just said, is telling us how many we are actually doing. The last thing we need to do to finish reloading is we actually need to tie reloading to one of our input actions, and we made our new input action for reloading. So I'm going to add a new node here, ia_reload. Here it is, right at the top. And it is simply going to call this attempt reload method. So attempt reload. That's it. So now whenever we press the button corresponding with this action, which I set up for R, it is going to call attempt reload, and then it's going to run through all of this stuff, make sure we can reload, like we were talking about, try to reload, and then it's going to reload with the amount of bullets that the player actually has and is giving to this. I'm going to hit compile before I forget. And finally, we are going to add some shooting, which you've probably been waiting for since the beginning. I apologize. Let's go ahead and add a call to our input action. So it's called shoot. And this was one that already existed in the template. Remember, we only made reload and interact. Shoot was already here because we're using the first person template, so it was already an input action. Well, the first thing we want to check is, are all the conditions actually met so that they can actually fire? Well, we already made this function, can fire. Again, it's checking to see, make sure they're not reloading and make sure that there are actually some rounds in the magazine. If those are true, we can fire. So we need to get the result of this. We're going to plug that into a branch. We're going to hook that up to the triggered execution output pin. And the very next thing we're going to do is we're going to do our line trace, just like we did for interacting. So I'm going to do line trace for objects right here. And the things that I want our bullets to be able to hit, remember, we need to drag out from object types, and we're going to do make array. And the things I want it to be able to hit are world static. I'm going to click add pin. Let's do world dynamic. I'm going to hit add pin, and I'm also going to do destructible. So these are all the things that this will be able to hit. It's asking again for where do we want the line to start and where do we want it to end. Well, we already made a nice function for this. So we're going to drag out our calculate bullet start and end position. And we're just going to plug those in just like that. All the calculations are being done inside this. And it's asking for the max bullet range. I'm going to put 10,000 for now. That's pretty far, 10,000 centimeters. I don't think in our particular game they're going to need to go further than that, but if you do have a massive map, you can make that much bigger if you need to. So here we have our out hit, which remember, this will give us all the information we ever wanted to know about the thing that we hit. So I'm going to drag out from our out hit, and we're going to do break hit result. You can extend that down and see everything that is in there. So I only really care about what we hit for now. So hit actor, I'm going to drag off of that, and I'm going to say cast to BP target base. Remember, that's the target blueprint class that we made earlier. So that's what we're going to be hitting. So if it hit that, then we are going to continue on. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to call the target bases. Remember, we made a target hit event in there. And if you don't recall what this does, it basically destroys the target or does something with it, whatever we want it to do. And then it is going to tell the game state that a target was hit. And then that's, of course, going to run through the calculate accuracy and then update the UI. And if the cast failed, if it's not a target base, then I'm going to get the game state. And remember, we do need to keep track of the player's misses as well. So we can't only do something if they hit a target. So this means their round hit something that was not a target. So as the get to game state, we're going to do cast to shooting range game state, which is our game state that we made. If we fail, we're going to go to that. And we need to make sure that we call the rounds fired event that we made in our game state. So round fired, so that's going to make sure that it is aware that we have fired a round. So the next thing that I want to do, and I'm just preemptively setting something up that I want to do that's kind of cool at the end. So after target hit, I want to call something on our target that we actually haven't done yet. So I'm going to let you in on the secret now. We are going to make our targets actually destructible, meaning they actually like break into a bunch of pieces. So let's go back to our target base and let's give it another method right now. So we're going to come in here to target base, and we're going to add a new custom event, and we're going to call this enable physics. I'm not going to give it any behavior right now. We're just going to give it a name. I'm going to hit compile. We can close that for now. And now that that actually exists, we can call that enable physics method that we just made. And enable physics. And then we are going to connect those up. Okay. And then after the round has been fired, after the round has been fired, and after we have enabled physics, it's going to go to the same thing anyway. So they're both going to go into a ---- decrement int node. And like I said, they're both going to feed into there. So whether we missed or whether we hit a target, we are going to take a round out of the magazine. So we're going to get our rounds in magazine, and we're going to use the integer decrement to make it go down by 1 and save the result of that as the new number of rounds in the magazine. The next thing I want to do, which is directly going to tie into our exploding targets, is I want to actually make some sort of physics force where our bullet hits. That's what's actually going to blow apart our targets. So there is a node called spawn actor from class, and we just tell it what kind of actor we want to spawn. So the one that we want to spawn, it's built into Unreal Engine. It's called FPS master field. It's right here. It's basically, think of it as like, it's like a force field that just spawns and has like a knockback effect, pretty much. It's pretty strong. It is probably going to be too strong for this, but that's okay. So we're going to connect that up. It's asking where we want to actually spawn this. So we can go back to our break hit result. And here you can see we can get a reference to the impact point, which is the point in the world that our bullet actually hit. So you can see location is location of the hit in world space, impact point, location of the actual contact point of the trace shape with the surface of the hit object. So equal to location in the case of an initial overlap. So that's fine. So we're going to drag off of impact point. I'm going to drag it up here. I'm going to add a reroute node. Now that we have both of the things we want from this, I'm going to collapse the break hit result so it's not taking up so much space. And then I'm going to drag off of here, add another reroute node, and connect that up to my spawn transform. And it will automatically convert the vector to a transform, which we've seen before. And now we can move on. So the next thing that I want to do is immediately trigger this force field, because by default there's a little bit of a delay. So on these force fields, they have a method on them called CE trigger. And you guys don't really have to understand all this. I just thought it would be something cool to add. So don't worry if you don't know where all this is coming from or what this means. This is stuff that you wouldn't have known it existed unless you've already used it before. We didn't make any of these ourselves. Then after it triggers its force, we're going to immediately destroy it. So destroy actor. And what are we going to destroy? We are going to destroy this FS master field itself. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to play our firing sound, because we haven't done that yet. So after we destroy that, I'm going to make sure we get a reference to our player. We're going to get his location, or get their location. And then at that location, we are going to do play sound at location, just like we did for reloading. We're going to hook that up, and then our sound is going to be the fire sound variable that we have for this specific weapon. We're going to pause that, or plug that in right there. And we also need to actually play the shooting animation, which is already part of our animation blueprint, which we kind of briefly looked at earlier. You don't really have to understand this part, just know that it exists, and we're going to call it. So what we need to do is, from our player reference, we need to get a reference to their mesh. So get first person mesh. And then from there, we can get the animation instance, get anim instance, which is going to be the animation blueprint that is on this particular player. And then we are going to call something called montage play. So play montage, it's right here. We're going to make sure we hook that up. And it's asking us what the skeletal mesh is that we're going to play this on. So it is right here. And of course, that's not going to work. This is the wrong montage play. If you want the right one, let's drag off of anim instance first, and then we'll do montage play. There we go. This is the right one. Now we'll drag that in, and it's asking us what montage do we want to play. It's the only one that we have, which is this FP rifle shoot montage. And everything else, we can just leave it what it is. We want it to play all the way through. We want it to play at the normal speed, and we want it to start at the very beginning. The next thing is we just want to update the weapon text because we just fired a round and we want that to actually display in the UI so the player knows that they just fired a round. So let's get player ref again. Let's get my UI ref, and we are going to call the update current weapon ammo text and connect that up. And it's asking us what's the current mag count. So we are going to get, not mag capacity. We want to get rounds in mag, hook that up. And that should be everything in our actual shooting. I'm going to slowly scroll over this again. So if you need to pause it, you can kind of see what all we've done here. Okay. And now let's actually go test this out and make sure we can shoot a weapon. So let's compile everything. Let's hop back. Let's hit play. Remember, we have added reloading and firing. So hit E, let's pick up our rifle, pick up our ammo, hit R. Cool. We are now reloaded, and it's not letting me shoot. Go figure. So let's find out why. Okay, before we continue, there's one thing that we should have done a really long time ago. So we made our new GameState, and all over our code, we've been using this get GameState and then casting it to the one that we made. And then if it succeeds, we do a bunch of stuff. And if it fails, we don't do anything. But we didn't actually go to our game modes and actually tell the first person game mode to use our GameState that we made. So if we open up our content drawer, I'm going to search for game mode. Make sure you're in the content folder so it shows everything. And this is the one we want, this BP first person game mode. We'll open it up and you can see right up here at the top, it says GameState class, and it says it's using GameState base. We want to change that to our BP shooting range GameState. Control Shift and S to save everything and compile it. If we don't do that, then this cast right here is always going to fail. And everywhere else that we've used a get GameState and this cast, they're all going to fail too. So now that we have that done, let's go to our map. Let's see if we can pick up a weapon, pick up ammo, hit R. Okay, reloading's working. And let's see if we can fire. So we can fire. And let's make sure that our pistol works too. So I'm going to click on our BP underscore weapon 45, ammo type. So we set those up already. Reload time, 3 seconds. We did our offsets. We don't have the reload sound or the fire sound. So I'm just going to go in here. And I'm going to choose a different noise for the, this is the reload. Yeah, so for the reload sound, I'm just going to use the same one. For the fire sound, I'm going to use the one that is built into the first person template. It's not very good. It actually sounds pretty bad, but I just want them to sound different, and so that we know that that's working. So our rifle worked. Let's try the pistol. Pick up the pistol, pick up the ammo, reload, and fire. So yeah, that's how that works. I don't like that sound, so I'm actually going to set this back to the other one that we had, which was called, what did we call that one? I think it was gunshot, maybe. Yeah, single gunshot. Okay. And yeah, I thought that sounded pretty bad. So anyway, that all works now. Now we can actually shoot and stuff. So the last thing that I'd like to do is I want to make it so that there's a button that the player needs to press to actually start the timer and start the course. So let's make that really fast. So we already have the blueprint for it because we made it at the very beginning. It is this BP start button. So let's open up the BP Start Button blueprint. Up here at the top, if you see this, it might just open in the blueprint editor, or you might see this where it says this is a data-only blueprint. It does not have any script or variables. If you want to add some, then we just click on this link up here that says open full blueprint editor. And then you'll see what we are used to seeing. That happens sometimes. That's all you have to do. So in the viewport, I want to give this a 3D model. So there are a ton. Go to Assets, Fill Town, Meshes, and then you can find anything that you want. I found one that I actually already kind of like, which is called Fire Alarm, this SM Fire Alarm 01. I'm just going to drag it out like that. So there it is. And then I am going to go to the event graph. And now I want the player to be able to interact with this just like they can pick up ammo and pick up weapons. So I'm going to have to make it implement our interactable interface. So I'm going to go to Class Settings over here, Implemented Interfaces, Add, just like we have with the other ones, BPI Interactable. Before we forget, over here on the left, find Interfaces, find Interact, right-click, and say Implement Interface. And then everything that we are going to do in here is going to be based off of this interact event being triggered when our player hits it with a raycast. Now, I only want this button to ever be pressed a single time. So I'm going to use a do once node. Like I said, we've used it before, just to remind you, it'll only happen once. And then after that, it's like a door and it closes and nothing can pass through it anymore. And what I want to do is I actually want the button to move a little bit when you press it. So I'm going to do let's do add a relative location for the fire alarm mesh itself, like this. And I basically just want it to push inward. So X is like its forward facing direction. So I want it to push back. So I'm going to do -6 centimeters. I want it to move back. And delta location just means the change in location. Notice we're not setting a location, we are adding. So it's going to take where it is and then move it 6 centimeters back on the x-axis. Now, the other thing I want to do is I want to, if we wanted to, we could actually play a sound when we do this. Let's just go ahead and do that. We're going to do play sound at location. And just for now, there's obviously tons of different sounds. I'm just going to go ahead and use our ammo pickup sound. Actually, let's use like camera shutter. It's probably not very loud, but it'll work. If you want to use something else, just find stuff. There's like click on button. There's, I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff in here. Just find something and see what you like. For the location, we can just do get actor location, referring to itself, and the return value right there for location, and that is where our sound is going to play. And then the next thing we're going to do is I want to get the game state, and we need to cast it to make sure that it's the right kind, which is our shooting range game state, of course. And then now that we have verified that this is the right kind, we can call our start course event that we put in our game state when we made it earlier. So start course, let's hit compile. And now we should be able to, I think we can close this. Let's go back into our world. Let's add, so go to our content, blueprints, and then here's our start button. Let's drag one out into the world. I am going to, this will probably look better mounted on a wall, but for now I'm just going to do this. And let's flip it and move it down so it's right there resting on the table. Let's hit play, and I should be able to pick up my pistol, pick up the ammo, reload, and press our button. So notice nothing up top updated. Our timer should have started right now, and our targets remaining should have counted how many targets we have in the map. Well, those are actually working, I think, but we actually haven't ever linked those UI elements up to our logic. Remember, for the bottom ones, for our current ammo in the weapon and our spare ammo, let's go back to our WBP widget blueprint main UI. So remember down here, these numbers we set as variables, and they're being directly changed via our code in here when we pass in, ammo types and how many we have and get the amount and then update it. So I said there's another way that we can get it, and we kind of primed it, but we never actually did it. So this targets remaining up here, we're going to click on the actual number, and over here where we have text 999, we're actually going to click this button here that says bind. And here are the references that we've already gotten in our graph. So we have a reference to the game state. So I'm just going to bind it to this targets remaining. And that means anytime targets remaining changes, this will always update to match what it is. And it's not checking every frame. It's not doing anything like that. Just when that number changes, this will update to match it. It is bound to that value. So same thing for time elapsed. We're going to click on the text underneath it, which is now 999, bind it, game state, and rounded time. And then over here for accuracy, we're going to bind that, game state ref, and current accuracy. Let's compile that. Let's hop back in, and let's make sure our timer is actually displaying. And you don't have to pick up the ammo and reload first. I just like testing it out. So now you can see our time elapsed says nothing, and our targets says 0, and accuracy doesn't have anything. So I think that's working. We can run it, and now time elapsed is actually counting up, and we can see that that is working. So now let's test one more thing before we move on. I'm going to drag a couple targets out. Hit play. Let's pick up a gun. Reload. Once we're ready to go, let's hit our timer. Timer starts. We can shoot a target. Targets remaining goes down to 1. We shoot the other one. Targets remaining goes down to 0. Course finished. And we can click try again, and it will just reload the level. We'll try it with this one. Pick up the rifle. Reload. Hit the button. Same thing. Cool. So that all works. Now, the last thing they want to do, and by the way, that's our core game loop. I mean, that's the game. At the very end, we are going to, I'm going to encourage you all to make a level and place these targets all around your level. But I want to do one kind of fun thing with the targets, which I want to make them actually explode. So let's just have one of these for now. So I'm going to select this object in the world, and I'm going to go up here where it says selection mode, and I'm going to change it to fracture. So we're changing to a different mode now. So now we're in the fracture mode. With this still selected, up here under generate, I'm going to click new, and it's asking me to save it somewhere. So I'm going to save it in my content folder up here at the top, and I'm just going to call it, we're going to do GCBP, so that means Geometry Collection Blueprint Target Base 2. And I'm going to click right here where it says Create Geometry Collection. So that converts this into a model that we can basically destroy dynamically when the game is running. Now we need to choose how we actually want to destroy this. So you can see right here, we have over here in the right, we have different bones. So there's the base bone, the head is a separate bone, and the bottom is a separate bone. You could make them break differently. I'm just going to make them all break uniformly. So I'm going to choose this top parent cluster bone. I'm going to go over here to the left. Under fracture, I'm going to click uniform. And here we have all the settings for how many times we're going to actually break it. Each one of these lines is like a piece of it that is going to be able to be broken off. So just be careful with this. The more you do this, the more resources it's going to take to actually calculate right now. But then also when the game's playing, it's going to be harder on your computer to break this into like a few hundred pieces than it is to break it into like a dozen pieces. So I'm going to set the minimum to 30 and the maximum. And you can see now it's just breaking it into more pieces. Now, if I set this to like 100, it'll break it into obviously more pieces, but notice they're all about the same size. Even if I do 200, they're all the same size. They're smaller now, but they're all the same size. So I'm going to do 30. I want these big chunks, and I'm just going to leave all these default settings. I'm going to click on fracture. And now we have split it up into all these different pieces. You can see over here now, look at all these bones that we have. Let me drag this down so we can see this better. So here's all the bones that we have now. You can see if we scroll back up to the top here in our view settings, we have this explode amount. You can click and drag left and right, and we can actually break it up and see what it's going to look like. So now we can actually fracture the pieces that we've already fractured. So I'm going to select the top parent cluster bone again so that it selects everything under it. And I'm actually just going to come over here and I'm going to click fracture a second time. And now each original fracture can be broken into an even smaller piece. And my computer's pretty powerful, so I'm going to do it one more time. Be careful the more times you do this, like I said. So I'm going to select this parent cluster bone again, and I'm going to hit fracture one more time. Now, these pieces actually might kind of be too small to like look good, but that's okay. I just wanted to show you guys how to use this, and it'll look pretty cool that it just shatters completely. So once we've done that, over here on the side next to fracture, I'm just going to hit cancel so that we get out of that. And we can safely up here at the top go back to selection mode. So now you can see that it's showing us all of the little individual fractures whenever we select this object. Well, I don't really want that. So over in the details here, we can search for show bone. So right here, show bone colors by default is on. I'm going to switch that off. So now we can't see all of the little individual bones. Let's go ahead and edit this. So remember, it's just in my content folder. I'm just going to delete the one that we have in the world. Here in the content folder, here it is, GCBP target base 2. I'm going to open it up, and we have a bunch of options here. And there are a few things I want to do. So under mass as density, I want to turn that off because I do not want it to automatically calculate the mass and density. And the next thing I want to do is set the minimum mass clamp. Notice it's at 0.1 right now. I'm going to set that to 1. You should follow along here so that you just know that yours is going to work similar to mine. However, these values might not be the best values, and you might want to mess with them afterwards to see if you can do something different. So Shift, Control, S, let's save all that. We can close out of it. Let's go back to our blueprints folder, and we are going to open up our BP target base. And what we're actually going to do here is go to the viewport, and we're going to replace this static mesh here that we made before with our new geometry collection. So I'm going to delete the body, delete the head, and let's go to our content, and we're going to drag this in instead. So there is our new geometry collection, and this is the one that we just made that can actually break into a bunch of pieces. It should be at the same position as it was before, so hopefully it is. Now, one thing I want to do is this is obviously now something that can break apart, which means we have to make it a physics object. So if we put this in the world, like up in the air, or attached to a wall or something, it's just going to fall down and shatter on the ground. I don't want that to happen. So we need to make sure that it doesn't have physics and that we only turn on the physics when we're ready to blow it up. So the first thing I want to do at the very beginning is I want to come over here, and in the details, I'm going to select this object, and I want simulate physics right here. By default, you can see it's on. I'm going to turn that off and hit compile. And really quickly, actually, I'm going to turn it back on. You don't have to do this. I just want to show you what happens if we don't do this. So let's take our target base. I'm going to put it right here. Let's put it up in the air, hit play, and it's going to hit the ground and break. And I do not want it to do that. You can notice also I can walk on the pieces and it's like bouncing me in the air. I don't want that either, but you can see I can like jump on this bigger piece and it will make it smaller. I can also pick up a weapon. Let's get some ammo in here. And remember, we're spawning a force where the bullet hits, so I can shoot these pieces and break them into even smaller pieces. So this is pretty cool. This is why I like to fracture it several times. Break the bigger pieces into even smaller ones, which is pretty cool. Again, this is harder on your computer, so just be careful with doing that. You can see they're actually physics objects, and the pieces bounce around and they stay all over the ground. But I do not want my targets to just immediately fall. And even if I stand this one up, so notice I can just set it like on the ground right here. I can hit play and it's probably just going to fall over and the head falls off. And I'm going to shoot it again just because it's fun. So you can see this is why we need to disable the physics at the beginning. So sorry about that. Let's go back here. And now, if we turn off, so select the actual geometry collection here. And I am going to, again, remember over here, I can just search for it, simulate physics. Let's turn that off. I also want to make sure that this blocks all objects, so we can't just walk through it. It probably already does, but let's double check. We're going to select this again. We're going to go down to collision, and you can see here it is set to custom and object type destructible. If this is not set to destructible, you can go ahead and change it. It's not necessary, but that is what it is, so we should just keep it at that. And you can see that it is blocking everything. We could also just come to collision presets and say block all. We should just be able to keep it on destructible though. If this for some reason doesn't work, then we can come back here and change all these things. And you'll notice that the object type is still destructible. Even if we put it on block all, that turns it to world static. So I'm going to keep it on destructible for now. If for some reason this doesn't work, we can come back to it and fix that. So what I want to do now is I want to actually add separate box colliders that cover this so that our bullets can hit this and count it as actually being hit. Before, when I was shooting it in the world there and it was like blowing up, our raycasts weren't actually detecting that they hit this. It wasn't like giving us points or deducting it from the total amount of targets remaining. It was just spawning a force field and blowing it up. So we need something that our raycast can actually hit to determine that we hit this. So over here, I'm going to add a box collision, and we're just going to add separate collision boxes. So for this first one, let's just select this box collision. Over here on the right, I already have some values that I know are going to work pretty well. So for the first one, we're going to set the location to 0, 0, 30, which is the exact center of our body, if you remember from earlier. The box extent, which is right here, which is how big our box actually is, we're going to do 1.5. So it barely is a little bit bigger than the thickness. We're going to do 22.5 for the Y, and then for the X, we are going to do 30. And that should perfectly enclose our body with a little bit of extra space on the sides and on the front and back so that our rounds hit that before they hit the actual geometry collection mesh. And I'm going to add another box collider, or box collision. And then this one, we are going to set the location to 0, 0, 67. So that centers it right on the head. And then for the box extends, we are going to do 1.5 again, it's the same thickness, 7.5 for the width. And then for the last one, we are going to do 8. And it's okay that these overlap. It doesn't matter. It's all still part of the same thing. I'm going to go ahead and hit compile and just get that out of the way. So let's make sure that box 1 and the other box are both set to block all. So collision right now, you can see that it's set to overlap all. I don't want that. I want it to be an actual physical thing that blocks people from walking through it. So I'm just going to change this collision preset to block all. I'm going to go to the other box and make sure that this one is also set to block all. I'm going to hit compile. Let's go to the event graph. And now is when we actually want to give the logic to this enable physics event that we have here. So the first thing I want to do is we're going to do set simulate physics. And we want to do it on the target base here, which is our geometry collection. If you choose the wrong one, like let's say you accidentally choose the set simulate physics box 1, you can just delete this box 1, and then over here on the left, we can just drag in our geometry collection, just like that. And we want to set that to simulate, so that as soon as it gets hit, it will turn the simulate physics back on. And the reason we have to do this is because remember, we turned the simulate physics off so that it doesn't just fall to the ground. But when we hit it, I actually want it to turn the physics back on immediately. And then I also want it to disable the collision on the boxes, because if we don't, those boxes that we have on it that we made, those box collisions, are going to just still be floating there, and they'll block the player movement. So I do not want that to happen. So I'm going to do set collision enabled, and I'm going to set it to make sure it's no collision. And I'm going to drag out a reference to both of our box collisions and connect both of those up. So that will completely disable all collisions for those boxes when this enable physics is called. Now I'm going to slightly modify our target hit. So we already have do once, that's right, that's fine. But before we do this other stuff, we are going to call our enable physics. Just like that. And actually, you know what? We don't have to do that, because I just remembered that in our weapon, we actually have it calling this right before it calls this, I think. Or at least I hope it's right before. Let's go check really quick. Sorry. Let's see. Let's go to our BP weapon base. Here we go. Oh yeah, so we have doing target hit and then enable physics. It shouldn't really matter what order you do these in. Yeah, it shouldn't matter. So let's just leave it like that. If you really wanted to make sure this worked, you could do what I was just about to do, which is make a call to enable physics right after do once, or even before it maybe. Well, not before do once, you do it here, but before all the target hit stuff. Anyway, let's just try this. Let's see if it works. So I am going to go through and make sure that everything on here is tagged as destructible, just to make sure that they're all in the same thing. So collision presets, destructible. For the box, I can just leave that on block all. Actually, let's set it to destructible as well. And you can see it's still blocking everything. So it only really just changed the type. It didn't change how it is reacting to blocking. And let's make the other one destructible as well. So now all three of our things on this are destructible. And one thing I need to do is for these boxes, I actually want to disable all collision with the player. So let's actually set this collision preset to custom. Make sure the object type is destructible. And right here for pawn, I'm going to say ignore. And I'm going to do that for the other box collision as well. So custom, make sure it's still destructible, and we're going to ignore. Remember, the player is a pawn, and so now the player won't be able to bump into these. And then for this one, which is probably the most important one, remember when the pieces flew out and you step on them and it kind of screws up your movement and like bounces you around in the air and stuff? We want to make sure that doesn't happen. So collision presets, custom, make sure it's destructible, and pawn, we're going to do ignore. And now, no matter what, whether collision is activated or not, on all of these three objects, we have manually set their pawn collision to completely ignore. So let's go ahead and try this out. Let's drag in just a fresh one. I think that one was fine, but let's just drag in a couple of fresh ones just to make sure. So here's three. Okay, pick up the pistol. And we might as well test out the whole loop. I'm going to actually start the course. Time's going. And you can see that these do break. Again, you might not be happy with how they break. Like, for instance, this one, like the head flew off, but then it breaks when it hits the ground. But that's what we've got for now. So at least it's more fun than them doing nothing at all. Hopefully you guys think that's pretty cool. So now the last thing we need is an actual decent level. So what I encourage you all to do is to build your own level. This can be as simple or as complicated as you want. For example, you could just come up here and you could click this little add button with the cube, and you can just add cubes into the world and simply just stretch them and scale them out and build walls and doorways and whatever you want. If you do want to do it that way, just one cool thing that you can do is you can come in here to our asset build town, you can go to materials, and you can take any one of these materials and just drag it and drop it onto something. So there we have a brick wall. You can make it this yellow brick wall, red brick wall, purple brick wall, whatever you want. And also, same thing with these targets. If you want to make them easier to see, we can open up our target. And I am going to do this because it's a pretty good idea. Over here, we're going to select our geometry component here. And we are over on the right. You can see materials. Right now, it's just basic white. I'm going to search for like a red. There's tons of stuff in here that come from that asset build pack. And then also a bunch of this is just built into Unreal. So I'm going to use this laser pointer material and see what that looks like. Okay, it's pretty dumb, but it's really easy to see. So I'm just going to save it like that. And now our targets are pretty easy to pick out. So I don't know if you want to use that, but that is an option. Anyway, you can use blocks to just build your level. Again, just moving things around, duplicating them with holding down Alt and dragging. You can make multiple things, rotate them around, build your level, and just put targets all over your level. If you don't want to do that, you can come here to our Asset Build Town pack, go to Meshes, go to Building Tile Set, and in here there are tons of walls, doors, stairwells, doorways, chimneys, all sorts of stuff. And you can just drag in walls like this, hold down Alt, and drag off like that. And you can build a building pretty easily just with these walls here. And then, like I said, again, there are tons of props. So there's interior props, there are these like office props, there's outdoor props, there's vehicles, there's all sorts of stuff. So go ahead, build a level. If you really don't want to build a level, there is one that's already kind of made for you if you just want to get something up and running. So in the Assets Fill Town, you can actually go to Maps, and you could open this demonstration map So if we open this demonstration map, I'll just show you what it looks like really quick. So it looks like this. It's a whole map, as you can see, with buildings, and there's people in it, and there's tons of props and stuff. So if you just wanted a really quick way to get your game working, you could just open this map here. Up here, I'm going to search for player start. There's already 2 in the world. I'm just going to delete both of those. Up here at the top, this little cube with the green plus, I'm going to add a new player start. I'm going to rotate it to where I want the player to be starting. Now, we also have to make sure that if we do just switch to a new level, this one in particular, that we make sure that it knows to use the right game mode and everything. So we can come over here and it should, yeah, so right now you can see that world settings. If you don't see that, you can go up here to window and click world settings. So I have it docked over here. You can see the game mode override is functional test game mode. So like if I hit play right now, it's not in our game mode. It's in like a different game mode where you can just like fly around. So if I change this game mode override to our BP first person game mode, now when I hit play, we are back into our first person and our whole game, everything else we've made will work. So for instance, just really quick, I just want to show you how easy it is to get something added into this map if you choose to just load up this map here. So blueprints, let's take a target, put a target in this building. I'm just going to duplicate it. Let's put a couple in there. I'm going to just drop a rifle on the ground right here. Let's put some ammo right there. And I'm going to take this button and we're going to put it on the wall over there. So you can do all that. You can hit play. We can grab our rifle, grab our ammo. Okay, so I can't pick that ammo up because my raycast for interact is not long enough. So I'm just going to kind of cheat right now. You should put that on a table. The other thing you can do is go into your player and make their raycast distance longer so they can like reach a little bit further. But I'm just going to do this really quick. Take our gun, take some ammo, reload. Let's hit our button, and then we can blow our targets up. And same thing, just like we had on our other map. Now, if you do this and you hit try again, you'll notice that it loads our first map. It's because in our UI here, we have, let's see, where is that? Oh yeah, here it is. So on clicked, we're just saying open level by name and it is set to main map. So if I set that to demonstration, then it will reload the demonstration map. And again, if you make a new map or you use that one, you're going to have to do this and come in here to the widget blueprint UI and change what map is actually opening. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and add a bunch of stuff to this. I'm just going to pause now and get that done. And then I'm going to jump back in here and show you what I made. I encourage you guys to make something by yourselves. If you really don't want to, just open up this demonstration map. All right, and here is my little shooting range that I made that you saw at the beginning of the video. You can see we're on the demonstration map, but I did go through and add a bunch of targets into this warehouse, and everything works just like we were doing it before. So I hope you enjoyed this. I'm sorry it was long. I'm sorry that the beginning was kind of boring and we didn't even get to shooting the guns or doing anything in the world until a few hours in. I made this video for my introduction to game programming class at Indiana University, and I wanted to make sure that my students got more blueprints info than they did anything else since it is a programming class. So sorry about that. I hope it was still interesting, and I hope you didn't get too bored in the beginning. I have more videos on my YouTube channel, Unity and Unreal. I'm going to keep making more. Please like and subscribe if you thought this was helpful, and thank you so much for watching.